Good morning and welcome to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for this final and deciding match. It should be a blockbuster today. Beautiful day here in North Sound, Antigua. And it's all set for a thrilling finale to this List Day 3-match series between West Indies Academy and Sri Lanka emerging players. It was 1-1 in the previous 2-match 4-day first-class competition, and now it's coming down to this final match as it's 1-1 heading into this, the third match of the series in the List Day competition. Between these two teams, they've put on an exciting partnership and exciting series, I should say, right across the board. And now we should be in for a blockbuster today. The conditions are fantastic for cricket, and without further ado, we'll go to the middle of the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium as Vernon A. Springer has the two captains out in the middle for the all-important toss.
Good morning, Antigua and Barbuda. Good morning to the wider part of the Eastern Caribbean. It is the final and deciding game of this important West Indies Academy and Sri Lanka Emerging 11 series. It's 1-1, all to play for. And this morning we have the two captains, Dhananjaya Lukshan from Sri Lanka and the man himself, Teddy Bishop from the West Indies Academy, and our match referee, Mr. Stephen Proverbs. This morning, as usual, our leading and home team captain, the man himself, Teddy Bishop, will spin the coin, and we'll wait for the match referee to tell us what the decision is, who won and who lost. Here we go. The wind is strong here. Tails. It is tails. So Sri Lanka have won the toss. Good morning, Skip. How are you doing? Deciding game.
We are going to bat first. So we did last game well, but unfortunately it's lost. So we'll see today.
All to play for.
Sorry?
All to play for. 1-1.
Yeah.
The winner goes home victorious today.
Yeah.
All right. Wish you all the best. Have a good one.
Thank you so much.
All right. So there we heard it. Sri Lanka will be batting first. I got Teddy Bishop. Teddy, had you won the toss, what would have been happening?
Yeah, we would have liked to bat first due to the fact that it's the second game on the wicket and everything. It's dry and it will be good for batting.
Talk to me about your team. I haven't had a chance to look at it. Any changes?
Yeah, we have one change. Nathan is out. Pittman comes in.
Okay. All the best, my brother.
Thanks.
Okay. So the news is here from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in this important decider. Sri Lanka have won the toss and will be batting first. Make sure you stay tuned to all our social media platforms, West Indies YouTube channels, Sports 360 for the coverage today.
You heard from Vernon Springer. Sri Lanka captain Dhananjaya Lukshan has won the toss and elected to bat first. So flip the script. West Indies Academy batting first in the first two matches. As I say, the series stands at 1-1, so all to play for. I am Terry Laraji, and it's my pleasure to say a very good morning to Vernon Springer.
Hey, good morning to you, Terry. Very windy morning here in Antigua and Barbuda. The cricketers are out. And just to let the folks know that the Republic Bank Caribbean Premier League trophy is in Antigua and Barbuda. Last night it started off its real campaign for the fans, to be able to warm the site. It's here now at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, so folks can be able to get an opportunity, get some photos. And tomorrow is the big grand parade, Terry, starting from the Woods Mall. Yeah, the Antigua and Barbuda Falcons, more or less, it's a CPL feature, but hopefully we'll have a couple of players once they're available, Rakeem Cornwall and Joel Andrew, for a couple of stops. We're starting at, in fact, some special prizes for tickets will be going on sale tomorrow for the North Stand that we're in right now, and for the grounds. If you buy one, you'll be able to get one free.
Excellent.
So we're looking to end up into All Saints. We're going to be down at the bus by Cool and Smooth. So we're going to be moving around, making some noise, starting from just about 12:30, 1 o'clock tomorrow, Friday. It's going to be dubbed the Trophy Tour Friday. But here, we got serious action taking place. It's the decider. Sri Lanka emerging players against the West Indies Academy. Whoever wins this game will crown champions. The flags fluttering in the eastern side. Antigua and Barbuda, the host country. Sri Lanka and Cricket West Indies flag. What's your bet? Who are you betting on?
Well, I said the other day, Academy by 31.
You don't have to put you on the spot.
19. I'll say Academy today by... I think this is going to be a cliffhanger, so I'd say they'll chase down whatever Sri Lanka are emerging and win by 3 wickets.
But let's look at the scores very quickly. West Indies have scored the highest score so far, as you rightly said, 290 for 9, and it's over to you, Blades. Just looking, they started with 2 slips today, mid-on, mid-off, cover, 2 slips, backward point, more or less make it. No Nathan Edwards today, but Kelvin Pittman is back in the team. Over to my colleague Terry.
Excellent, as Jediah Blades comes into Dhananjaya. Spot on target, defended into the onside, and there's no run. So as Vernon said, 2 slips, third man on the boundary, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg on the boundary for Jediah Blades. Left arm seamer, Dhananjaya and Siobhan Daniel opening the batting for Sri Lanka emerging. Dhananjaya, of course, made 88 in the first match. As Blades is into him now, and that's beaten him. Good delivery there by Blades.
Talking about Dhananjaya, 88 of 125 balls, 204 minutes, 7 fours, 2 sixes, 75 dot balls. I could see him playing this same role today, because if we looked at the last game where they were chasing 290, Sri Lanka were 271 all out of 48.2 overs. Only Kasala scored 75 off 87 balls, 1/2 century. So the difference here today is that somebody will have to bat big and bat deep.
Yes, most definitely. They'll be looking to post a decent score here to defend as Blades into Dhananjaya. Again, right on the money. Forward defensive into Captain Teddy Bishop there, short extra cover. Daniel made 11 in the first match, and 28 in the second. Dhananjaya 88 in the first match and 10 in the second match.
So consistently, when you look at the West Indies Academy batting, you got Akeem O'Geese with 66, Callum Boyne took it with 55, Rivaldo Clark with 51, Rivaldo Clark 74, and Callum Boyne took it 50. So we've had 5 half centuries from the West Indies Academy so far, and 2 from Sri Lanka and the century.
Blades wraps him on the pad, but going down leg side. Blades bowling much better, fuller length so far this morning. Played the second match, took 1 for 56 off his 10 overs.
Catches are going to be very, very, very important for this team. In the last game, Micah McKenzie, 10 overs among the wickets, 10 overs, no maiden wickets. Blades, 1 for 56 on his return from 10.
Again, and that's played nicely through the mid-wicket region. And Dhananjaya is underway, Sri Lanka emerging underway with 2 runs.
So the reverse now, and I was reflecting last evening, Terry, while out at the function for the Republic. It might be a Terry wish.
Through the offside, catches the underside of the rolls up to mid-on, and there's no run, and that completes the first over of the day. So Sri Lanka emerging players, 2 without loss, done it from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
And if we look at the pattern, Terry, of this game, the West Indies Academy in their first game, 237 all out of 46.2 overs. In reply, Sri Lanka emerging players scored 238 for 5. Compare that now with the West Indies Academy in the second game, 290 for 9 off their 50 overs, Sri Lanka 271 all out. So both teams have committed, as you would say, a suicide by being bowled out. So mentally, that is something that will be playing with the mind. Teddy Bishop starting with spin, a ploy which maybe work for Sri Lanka, and they've maybe seen something in that, and this time they've now gone now for Rivaldo Clark starting from the top end, the Dr. Sir Andy Roberts end.
He's going to be coming around the wicket to the left-handed Daniel. Daniel defends into the offside, no run. Jul Andrew is keeping wicket today, in place of Carlin and Tuckett. Clark into Daniel. Daniel is whipping this through a mid-wicket. Who's on the boundary. So he gets underway, picks up 1, 3 without loss. It's bright sunny morning here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Breeze blowing as usual from east to west across the ground. Almost played it, that one bit of turn there for Clark. Clark in again to Daniel. Daniel's driving that through the cover region. And he will pick up a comfortable 2.
If that's the situation, Terry, I maybe prefer to have Carlin Boyne tuck it at slip. He's done a lot of work in the series here. This is the first time that he will not be keeping in a game for the West Indies Academy for the season. And maybe I might have maybe had him at slip rather than have him in the outfield. That's just my observation.
Clark in again to Daniel. Can't beat cover. Teddy Bishop is the lone slipper. Got a long on and a deep mid wicket. The 2 men out. Again this time almost beats point, and I'll get a single. Did well to cut it down. Just ran away from him, so they pick up 1 off the last ball of the second over. Sri Lanka emerging players after winning the toss and electing to bat. 6 without loss. Dhananjaya is on 5. And Daniel is on 1. So 2 left-handers at the crease for Sri Lanka emerging. The left arm seam of Jediah Blades to continue from this, the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. 2 slips weight as he's into Dhananjaya. Full delivery. He got him. Very full. Claim down on it, but it took the off pole. First strike for Jediah Blades and West Indies Academy. Done him with pace, and the swing took it away from him. He looked back at the pitch and at Blades in surprise. Dhananjaya, but he has to go. He's gone for 5. West Indies Academy strike early. Sri Lanka emerging 6 for 1 in the 3rd over.
Yeah, beaten for pace there. Played right around a straight one. That one swung very, very, very late, and that's the importance of bowling to the stumps. As we look back on the replay there, just took the off bail. As you look at the movement there, he completely deceived him and played right around it. Dhananjaya, the Sri Lanka emerging captain, that's a beauty by Blades. And he goes back into the hut quietly. And Sri Lanka have lost their first wicket. West Indies Academy picking up a very important wicket. But even the energy there, didn't see the excitement.
Yes, you wouldn't have known the wicket foul. But excellent bowling there by Jediah Blades, showing all his experience. He's making a wholehearted effort so far this morning of pitching the ball up, bowling stump to stump. Something that I was disappointed with him the other night when he came back on, and they were trying to break that 9th wicket partnership as Sri Lanka emerging were getting closer and closer after being almost dead and buried in that second match. He bowled a lot of short, wide deliveries that numbers 9 and 10 were handling very well. So it's good to see that he's made that adjustment today. And so far, he's been on the money. So early blow for West Indies Academy. Sri Lanka emerging after winning the toss and electing to bat at 6 for 1. We're in over number 3. Blades in again to De Oliveira. De Oliveira is turning this backward a square in the air, but quite safe down to fine leg. And in fact, it's a leg by. So score goes up by 1, 7 for 1. Sohan De Oliveira, of course, made that dashing century in the opening 4-day first-class match.
Player with some class.
He has.
He's got some power as well too. He packs a power punch. He gets deep into the crease. I like his movement, and he keeps it very simple. Blades to Daniel. Ooh.
Squares you up.
Good. There's some little inward movement. Just some small inward movement here. Not a big factor, but with the breeze going from east to west, Blades has been on the money here with this new ball.
He's been excellent so far.
It's always shown that once the batsman can come through this period, things become a lot more easier. So it's going to be a test.
Pushed into the mid-wicket area by Daniel for a comfortable single. Moves on to 2, 8 for 1 in over number 3. So Sohan De Oliveira making a return to the team and play the last match. Made naught in the first match, but as we say, in the 4-day 2-match competition. Made 201 runs at 50, the highest score that century, 130 off 110 deliveries as Blades is into him now and hits a return catch, and Blades has struck again.
Change of pace there. He was just playing too early, caught in no man's land there. De Oliveira, lack of pace. Pace off in the delivery there, and he was, if you look at the movement, got across, and the ball sort of just stopped on him really. Good catch there by Blades.
Good dive and catch in his follow-through, and a double strike in the over for Jediah Blades. That's what the West Indies Academy would have been looking for. Sri Lanka emerge and lose their second.
Valder Clark enjoys that one. Celebration at first slip. And Sri Lanka 8 for 2. And we're still into over number 3. More cricket action, Terry, taking place this weekend in Antigua and Barbuda. It's the... You'll have the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association Super 40 competition, June 28th. Caribbean Union Bethesda Golden Eagles taking on All Saints in Bethesda. West Rising Sun Spartans versus PIC Liberta Blackhawks. That's Rising Suns. That's Zone A. Then also in Zone B, Jennings Tigers taking on Empire Nation at Jennings. And CMW New Winthrops Lions taking on Bowland Blasters at New Winthrops. So 29th, they've also got games in Pickett's. Pickett's Crushers against Rising Sun Spartans. Your team, Terry. And then we'll have Bethesda taking on PS Liberta Blackhawks. And then the school team will be taking on New Winthrops and New Winthrops. And the Factory Bowling Blasters against Empire Nation.
Blades into the new batsman, Kasala. Kasala lets this go through, but excellent over there by Blades, showing all his experience. Keeping the ball well pitched up and picked up 2 wickets in that over. So Sri Lanka emerging. West Indies well on top here at the moment. They're in trouble on 8 for 2 after 3 overs, after electing to bat. Daniel is on 2, and Kasala just facing the one delivery, yet to get off the mark. But De Oliveira, as we say, he made that brilliant 100 in the first 4-day match. He collected 200 runs in this series. Never scored a run in this series though. Naught in the first match, didn't play the second, and naught again here today. As Rivaldo Clark continues with his off breaks. It's played to point. They think about the single. Bit of a fumble in the field, but they decide against it. So pressure on here. Sri Lanka emerging early up in the innings. That's cut nicely. Beats gully, beats backward point into the boundary. The first boundary of the day for Sri Lanka emerging. Comes off the blade of Siobhan Daniel.
You know, short too. All you have to do is just find the gap, of which he did. Bishop now coming out of first slip. I think that's just premature. That's just too early, Terry. Got
Yeah,
it.
one shot.
Yeah, you gotta still keep at slip. I just like when you have your slip. Don't think you need to be coming out of that area. You gotta stay at slip.
It's like he's going back to slip now, but they've taken the mid wicket and put him at gully.
And the ball goes right there.
Right there. So Daniel is on 6, 12 for 2. We're in over number 4. 2 men out is a deep mid wicket and a long on for Clark into Daniel, and Daniel punches this through the mid wicket. He slips, but they've got plenty of time to come back for the second.
That's the risk you take of now having the off spinner with this breeze here. It's going to be able to just clip that into the onside and pick that single up. You know, just got to be just patient. Just allow Rivaldo Clark to just bowl the ball into the surface. I think that's the line that you have to be bowling.
Yeah, acres of room out on the onside with the long on and the deep mid wickets. So Daniel is on 8. It's 14 for 2. Clark into him again. Defended on the onside. Clark does well to prevent the single. The over comes to end. So Sri Lanka emerging players after 4 overs are 14 for 2. Siobhan Daniel is on 8. And Kosala is yet to score. Kosala, of course, made that 75 in the second match to keep Sri Lanka emerging in the game. In the end, didn't prove enough. West Indies Academy are winning that match by 19 runs to level the series. Now that's all to play for here today. You get all the live action on Cricket 360 via West Indies Windies Cricket YouTube channels or platforms as Jediah Blades continues from the Circuit Ambrose end into Kosala, and Kosala is edging that, but between second slip and gully, he picks up his first run. Score moves up by 1 to 15 for 2. Field just swapping over for the left-handed Siobhan Daniel. Blades picking up the 2 wickets so far to fall. He's in his third over. 2 for 4. He runs into Daniel. Daniel is playing this to backward point. Joshua Bishop does the fielding. Excellent start this by Jediah Blades, because he's coming from the pre-series test camp, the West Indies test team, prior to the first test against Australia, which is about 10 minutes away from resuming on day 2 at Kensington Oval in Barbados today. You'd have live radio commentary, Cricket 360 also. Blades into Daniel, full pitch, big appeal for LBW, and he's been given. It was full, and that looked pretty straight as Daniel tried to turn that into the onside, come across his stumps. Blade strikes again, and Sri Lanka in trouble. They lose their third. It's 15 for 3.
I think the head position, Terry played right around it, trying to get fancy. That would have licked the middle stump out of the ground. Good decision there by the umpire.
Excellent decision. Excellent delivery. Full straight. Got Siobhan Daniel on the boot. So he has gone for 8. 2 new batsmen at the crease. Kasala is just on 1. He's only faced the 2 deliveries. 15 for 3.
Almost looking like a procession.
Yes, ideal start this for West Indies Academy. Especially after Sri Lanka winning the toss and choosing to bat. That's 3 wickets, and all 3 have gone to the Jediah Blades.
So the senior pro has turned up this morning for the
has.
West Indies Academy. Everything is always, you have to be able to make sure that if you don't put in the work, you won't know how good you are. You have to fail to be able to make new heights. Rebounded back from his last spell. Has come here this morning, put his hand up, and so far has collected 3 wickets for 4 runs. When you're in this sort of mood, you feel that you can be able to get 5. You just never know.
He certainly feels like he could run through this Sri Lanka batting lineup. But
No,
it's,
nobody's going to get that ball out of his hand right now.
Well,
I can tell you that.
Exactly. He's in again to a Wickramasinghe and beats him with a good delivery once again. It's top ball in here by Jediah Blades. Wickramasinghe, of course, with that big 100 in the first match, leading his team to victory. 103 he got. They chased down 238. Sri Lanka emerging to win that first match.
Might tell you that he left that, Terry.
He might, but he didn't.
Well, he didn't nick it, so.
He didn't nick it, but he didn't leave it.
And he would say, that's your opinion, Terry.
True.
But I'm the one who's here. You're in the comfortable armchair, air conditioned. I'm the one facing the fire of blades.
Facing the music.
Yeah. 7-2 field now.
Not
Slip cordon strengthened. Gully. 2 slips of gully. Backward point. Cover. Short mid wicket. Very close. Blades looking for more success.
defended to Teddy Bishop there at mid wicket. But this has been excellent by Blades. Just the fact that he's picked up the wickets, but his energy, his body language after that spell the other night, which wasn't good. He would have realized that. The way he's bounced back this morning, excellent to see from the young left arm seamer. He runs in again to Wickramasinghe. And left outside the off stump to complete the over. Another successful over there for Jediah Blades and West Indies Academy, picking up the wicket of Siobhan Daniel, and Sri Lanka emerging players 15 for 3 after 5 overs.
Wickramasinghe scored 100 in the first game, 103, 79 balls, 160 minutes, 10 fours, 2 sixes, 24 dot balls, and Sri Lanka will be expecting him now to carry this batting. It's been a disastrous start here for them so far, and the man who's done the damage happens to be Jediah Blades. 15 for 3. Teddy Bishop continuing with his ploy by starting with spin from the Dr. Sir Andy Robertson. Rivaldo Clark has really been developing and entrusted into a very role from the 4-day competition, now showing his white ball skills and bowling. In fact, won the game for the academy.
Yeah, in the second match. came on, finally broke the partnership, of course. The leg spinner Hasanka needed to retire after being struck on the helmet. Starts this over though with a wide, so one more to the total, 16 for 3. Kosala is on strike, he's on 1. And force that through the mid-wicket area, but can't beat the field. The slippers come out, he's got a backward point, cover, mid-off inside the circle. Long on the boundary, short mid-wicket. They're just adjusting, they brought the deep mid-wicket to a deep backward square. So that ball is turned to that fielder. Kasala gets a single, he moves on to 2, 17 for 3 and over number 6. Brings Wickramasinghe on strike. As we say, he got the big 100 in the first match. Only got 5 in the second. A lot of responsibility on his shoulders now, the loss of 3 early wickets. Just punches that behind square for a comfortable single. Gets him going, 18 for 3. Clark still operating around the wicket to the right-handers. It's into Kasala. Kasala looking to whip this through. Doesn't make contact to end the over. So quite a tidy over there by Rivaldo Clark, just the 3 off it. Sri Lanka emerging after 6 overs, struggling on 18 for 3 after winning the toss and deciding to bat. This winner takes all clash, series tied at 1-all. I've seen some very good, interesting cricket. During this series between the Sri Lanka emerging players and the West Indies Academy, both in the red ball and white ball formats, as Blades continues. He's into Wickramasinghe, and that's taken the edge, and well caught there by Rivaldo Clark at first slip. Blades has got another one. West Indies Academy, I got another one, and Sri Lanka are in deep trouble. They're 18 for 4. Wickramasinghe's gone for 1. Bowling again by Blaze. He's been full straight. That one just going away from the right-hander. Natural movement from the left-arm seamer. And well caught by Rivaldo Clark. Low down there at first slip. So an excellent start this by West Indies Academy left-arm seamer Jediah Blades. He's picked up all 4 wickets to fall, 4 for 4 in his 4th over. And Sri Lanka emerging are really up against it after winning the toss and opting to bat, 18 for 4 in over number 7. Blades is showing all his experience. He's played a couple of one-day internationals at the senior level for West Indies. And spent some time over the last couple of weeks in the pre-series test camp before the first test against Australia. showing all his experience this morning. .1 overs, 16 dot balls, 4 for 4. Blades in again, and again squares up the batsman. It's the captain himself, Dhananjaya Lakshan. What responsibility he has on his shoulders now. The loss of 4 early wickets. We're only in the 7th over. So we're still in the first 10 over power play. Just 2 men allowed outside the 30-yard circle. For Blades, that is a third man and a fine leg as he's into Lakshan. And Lakshan is leaving a good delivery, just tailed back in to the left-hander. So 2 slips, backward point, third man on the boundary. Cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg on the boundary. As Blades, with his tail up, runs into the Sri Lanka captain Lakshan. Lakshan is just keeping this out. Defending Teddy Bishop to Joshua Bishop there at backward point. He remains on naught. Kasala's on 2, 18 for 4, over number 7. West Indies Academy well on top so far in this decider. Pitch is still playing quite true. It's just been excellent bowling here by Blades, who's on the money again, but well defended into the offside by Lakshan. Lakshan obviously will be looking for a partnership. As I say, Kasala made 75, kept Sri Lanka in the game in the second match. Defending that this time into the mid-wicket region. Still can't score as another successful Blades over comes to an end. So 4 for 4 off 4 overs. Jediah Blades and Sri Lanka emerging players in some trouble after winning the toss this morning here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Opting to bat, 18 for 4. Kasala's on 2. Captain Lakshan is yet to get off the mark. We're going to have first change of the morning. It's like local boy Calvin Pittman will be steaming in from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Rivaldo Clark bowled 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 13. Here comes Pittman into Kasala. Kasala's turning that backward of square. Take 1 and they'll comfortably return for 2. So 2 more to Kasala. He moves to 4. Sri Lanka emerging players, 20 for 4. Pittman, of course, the first time we're seeing him in this List A series. MVP of the 4-day first-class series. Takes the inner edge of Kasala's bat, and good run-in sees them complete 2 as the ball went down to Michael Palmer at deep backward square. Kasala moves to 6, 22 for 4. Yes, Pittman was sensational in that 4-day first-class competition, picking up career best figures of 7 for 28. Comes in again to Kasala. Kasala defending this back to the bowler. So Pittman operating with a slip, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. And square leg just in front of the umpire inside the circle. Fine leg on the boundary. Third man on the boundary, and that is cut towards cover. Looks like Akeem Gus there does the fielding, no run. So Kasala remains on 6. Lakshan yet to score, 22 for 4. Sri Lanka emerging in the 8th over. Pittman ended up with 12 wickets in the 4-day first-class competition, average of 10.5, and beats him looked to play that Kasala. I think the benefit of the doubt that he just pulled down to the stroke in the last minute. Through to Jul Andrew, who's doing wicket-keeping duties today for West Indies Academy. Replacing Carlambo and Tuckett. Behind the sticks is Palmer in again to Kasala. For pitch delivery. Driven up to mid-on. To complete the over. So at the end of the over, Sri Lanka emerging players after winning the toss and electing to bat, 22 for 4. It's been all West Indies Academy so far this morning here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. In this series decider. 4-day first-class series finished at 1-1. We're tied at 1-1. Coming into this final match of the Sri Lankan tour. Going to be Jediah Blades, of course, to continue. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 4. Blades is on fire. He's into the left-handed Lakshan. Lakshan is driving that well through the covers into the boundary. 4 runs. Was in the air, but he placed it well wide of the cover fieldsman. Sri Lanka captain gets himself going. He moves on to 4, 26 for 4 in over number 9. He looks to do a repair job for his team here. Blade still operating with the 2 slips, man on the third man boundary. Backward point cover mid-off as he's into Lakshan again. Lakshan right in the bounce of this one, turn it backward a square, they take 1 and easily can come back for 2. So Lakshan moves to 6. Sri Lanka emerging players 28 for 4 in over number 9. Blades has been right on the money so far this morning. All 4 wickets to fall has gone to the left arm pacer. And he's in again to Lakshan. Lakshan is leaving another good delivery. It's wide of the off stump, swing away from the left-hander. That's been his secret to success this morning, his blades full and straight. Giving the ball every opportunity to swing as he's in again to Lakshan. Lakshan's covering up, defending that on the onside, no run. They're just getting underway in Barbados. Day 2, the first test against Australia. West Indies resuming on 57 for 4 after bowling Australia out yesterday for a 180. They're now 61 for 4. Blades beats him. Another excellent delivery. Full. Moving away from the left-hander. He played at that one. Flies through to keeper Jul Andrew. Jediah Blades hunting a 5 for 2 slips weight. He's into Lakshan. Lakshan is leaving a rising ball outside off to complete the over. So after 9 overs, Sri Lanka emerging players after winning the toss and opting to bat in this series decider at 28 for 4. And Kasala is on 6. And Captain Lakshan is also on 6. Calvin Pittman will continue the attack from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Bowling to Sahan Kusala. So 1 slip, man on the 3rd man boundary, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off as Pittman into Kasala. Wide down the leg side, taken well by Jul Andrew. Called wide by the umpire. Sri Lanka emerging players, 29 for 4. Let's complete the field for you. Fine leg on the boundary. Square leg inside the circle just in front of the umpire, and a mid-on as that one is played to Akeem August at cover, no run. Kasala along with his captain Lakshan trying to do the repair work for Sri Lanka emerging, losing 4 early wickets, all to the left arm seam of Jediah Blades. Pittman in again to Kasala, and Kasala is hitting that sweetly through the cover region. It was in the air, but it was well placed between cover and extra cover into the boundary for 4. Good looking shot that by Kasali. Moves on to 10, 33 for 4. Short, and he had the width. Played it well as Pittman. Runs into Kasala again, and again short, wide. He just needs to find his rhythm here, does Calvin Pittman. Erring on the shorter side so far in this spell. As he runs in again to Kasala. Kasala is turning this fine down to fine leg. Michael Palmer comes round and they pick up another 2. So Kasala moves to 12, 35 for 4 in over number 10. Pittman in again to Kasala. One better delivery on target. Right in the bounce was Kasala. Plays it to backward point, no run. Just needs to find his rhythm here, as say Calvin Pittman. Back up. Excellent work done by Jediah Blades. He's in again to Kasala. Down the leg side once again, wide called. Score moves up to 36 for 4. 1 ball left in this 10 over power play. As Pittman turns, runs into Kasala. And that's short and pulled beautifully over mid-wicket into the boundary for 4. Well played by Kasala. Couple of boundaries in that over. Pretty wayward over by Calvin Pittman. And after 10 overs, Sri Lanka emerging after winning the toss and opting to bat. A 40 for 4. Kasala is on 16. And Captain Lakshan is on 6. Pittman just too short this morning. Thus far, 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 16. And we're going to have a bowling change from this, the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Jediah Blades is coming off after an excellent opening spell of 5 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 10. He'll be replaced by the left arm spin of Joshua Bishop. Joshua Bishop bowled well in the last match into Lakshan, who's defending back to the bowler. Last match he picked up figures of 2 for 44 off his 10 overs. Lakshan is placing this, placing this to a backward point. And Rivaldo Clark failed to pick up cleanly. So they take the single. Lakshan moves on to 7. 41 for 4 in over number 11. Trying to do the repair work here for Sri Lanka emerging. They were 18 for 4. So they push the score along to 41 for 4. Right-handed Kasala comes into strike. To cut that one too close to cut. Bishop into Kasala. He plays that nicely backward of point. Picks up another one. Moves on to 17. 42 for 4. To the left-handed Lakshan turns that nicely backward a square. He runs the first one hard, but will just be the one. So he moves on to 8. 43 for 4. Partnership were 25 off 28. Steadier this for Sri Lanka emerging. Right-hander comes back on strike. Bishop drops. He's mid-off, back to a long off. And almost sneaks through. Kasala survives. So at the end of the over, Sri Lanka emerging players are 43 for 4 after 11 overs. Kasala's on 17. Lakshan is on 8.
Very heavy burst in the opening spell of the first 5 overs for Jedediah Blades. Some 4 for 10 in the process. And as we've seen so far in this competition, Terry, in this 3-match series, even starting from the 4-day competition, you've lost wickets in clusters, and then you've got a big major partnership. This partnership is already worth 25, as we see Palmer just getting his run out from the Dr. Sir Andy Robertson, replacing Kelvin Pittman. So good morning to Don Farrell and all the folks in St. Martin, Michael Palmer's dad, all of the supporters of Cricket St. Martin, man Maxoud. There has to be a story behind Cricket St. Martin, Terry.
Must be there. Producing some cricketers.
Well, just not only producing, but I'll come back to that, Terry.
One's pulled from outside off.
I was sort of reminding Mali of the Najiko Super 50 that used to take place in St. Martin. It was really that really energized a lot of the cricket in the Leeward Islands, you know. Mm-hmm. As you know, and just like Antigua and Barbuda, St. Martin is a melting pot, so you'd have had folks from all over, St. Kitts, Nevis, Antigua, and that was the spectacle of having that tournament in St. Martin.
Palmer into Kasala. Has a go at that one, wide outside off stump, flies through to Jule Andrew.
The reason why I raised that, Terry, is that it might be interesting for the Leeward Islands and the organizers of the Leeward Islands T20 Festival to think maybe about having that tournament shared between Anguilla and St. Martin. Could generate some interest.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of spectator-wise support, really.
Palmer in again and again. Beaten this time, closer, rise in delivery.
He might not agree with you, Terry. He might say he played inside the line of that.
Well, like his friend in the previous over, he didn't.
Yeah, but he was above his stump, so he will say to you, Terry, just look at my technique. I'm right here. It's not. If it came between the stump's level, I would be able to defend it. Once it was above my stump, I left it. I'm a coach. I know that what the players are going to say, Terry.
Of course, that's what they're going to say. You leave that one too as he bottom edged that down to third man for 4.
Yeah, that's what happens.
Kasala moves to 21. Michael Palmer bowled 10 overs the other day in the second match. No wicket for 45, but I thought those figures don't tell the full story. He was unlucky not to pick up his first wicket.
More than 1 wicket.
More than 1 wicket. But you got to get 1 before you get 2, right?
Nothing just went to hand.
Nothing.
Nobody grabbed anything for him.
Nothing worked.
But I like.
He bowled well.
Yeah. He's got some good pace. He's got fitter. He's got stronger. He's a strong guy, Palmer. He's a hard worker. Back and crack past Bishop.
Nice shot.
Down to the boundary for 4. I think Bishop needs to give himself some room. He's too close. Joel Andrew maybe now saying to him, you got to go back, especially with Palmer's pace. You know, I feel better if they look to walk in. That's a hot position. And you really need to give yourself some room. Now Bishop has gone back. I think that's where he originally should have been.
Yeah, because also that was hit into the ground, so it flew off the practice wickets.
That's going to happen. You got to give yourself some room, especially when you're playing at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. You can't get too close. You got to get low as well too. I find most of the West Indian players, Terry, they're almost like in a standing up position really. You got to be swarming in and get low to the ball.
12 overs completed. Sri Lanka emerging players. The 50 is up. 52 for 4. Kasala is on 25 and Lakshan is on 9.
49 dot balls have been bowled by the Leeward Islands, not Leeward Islands, but the West Indies Academy bowling attack led by Blades with 4 for 10 from his 5 overs. So we're seeing Rivaldo Clark, the seam attack, Palmer, Pittman, Blades.
We've seen everyone.
Yeah, almost everybody. But I was just talking mainly about the seam who's been able to build the pressure. 49 dot balls and the pressure will continue on Sri Lanka emerging 11.
Joshua Bishop continues to Lakshan, who nudges that into the mid-wicket area for an easy single. Moves to 10, 53 for 4. We're in over number 13.
It's important now that the academy don't rest on their laurels, but look to create avenues as to how they're going to break this partnership. Too many times I've just found that they've just let up. Now for this field here, Terry, I won't have long on and long off back. I'd have to say the academy is on top. They have to be thinking about that. Bring up your long on and your long off and put them inside the circle and bowl the ball into the surface.
They brought Colombo and Tuckett into mid-off now inside the circle, but they remain with the long on. A deep square and a sweeper out on the cover point boundary.
Something a little change here. I don't know if you picked something up, Terry. We have Joshua Bishop now bowling between the umpire. Something that I'm seeing for the first time for him, so maybe getting some variations. I sort of remember seeing this from El Comida Willett. He's really one of the first persons as a young small boy, you know, under 10, going to Warner Park. He did that beautifully. And now Bishop just trying the same. Yeah. But he's got to stop that ball, Terry. You can't bowl that ball and load that ball to go down the ground. And that's what I'm talking about bringing up the min on and the min off. That's just an easy single. You've got to look to cut those singles out.
He's taken the slip out and put him in a short backward point position. Beats him this time.
The situation here looks as if you are not on top. The West Indies Academy are on top. So they have to be able to put the pressure, continue to keep the pressure up. You don't ease the pressure up and allow the Sri Lankan batsman to just walk around and get a single. Intensity has to be high.
Uses his feet and clears mid-off into the boundary for 4 by Lakshan. He didn't get all of it, but he got enough of it.
Nothing is wrong with that, Terry.
No, not at all.
Because he had to use his feet, and it almost brought a wicket.
Yeah.
That's what you're thinking about. So you got all these ornament fielders all out on the boundary, looking as if like you're behind. West Indies Academy, at the end of 13 overs, have to realize that they're 58 for 4. They pick up these 2 wickets, they're more than in the game.
Most definitely, and that's what happened the other day. They let that partnership drag on. It was like when the 8th wicket fell, Sri Lanka merging was still some 60-odd runs away. Palmer starts a new over to Kasala, and Kasala is driving that through covers to the sweeper. Picks up another one. Moves on to 27, 59 for 4 in over number 14.
Yeah. The left and right combination will always be a challenge for most bowlers, but that's the norm of the day. That's the norm of cricket, and you have to adapt to the situation. You got to be on the money. Got to keep concentrating. Umpires just switching to the western era. Palmer bongs away. Oh, that's a beauty. There's a beautiful delivery there by the young man. Late movement and lured Lakshan, the captain, into something which he had to think about. He got deep, but it beat him all ends up. Lovely delivery by Palmer.
Excellent delivery, but I'd like to see a slip in there, though, Vern. With the state of the game, pace of Palmer. As you say, you break this partnership, you're really into the lower order, wide on that occasion by Palmer.
I think when the academy complete their assessment at the end of the series and look at their 4-day performances, and if they look back, they'd realize how many times they were in dominant positions. They just have to enforce that. That's a killer instinct that they're going to have to work on, a bowl. And it's almost like a West Indian thing. I think going forward, Terry, the brand of cricket that the academy plays, the brand of cricket that the West Indies under 19 play, the brand of cricket that the 18 plays has to be consistent with whatever Darren Sammy is trying to achieve at the test level. And so we have to find that killer instinct where our captains become manageable, where they become creative to understand that they're in top in certain situations, and you pile the pressure on. Too easy. Good pressure there. Sometimes I just think that they sit back and they're waiting for something to happen.
Yeah, it's almost like we've got this ideology that you play a 50 overs match, you must bowl 50 overs. Regardless of what they have on 18 for 4. Instead of saying, right, let's go. Let's really drive this advantage home. We can knock them over in the next 10, 15 overs. It's like they still have to play at all levels. I mean, I'm not being critical of West Indies Academy. I'm talking about our cricket in general. Spot on target there by Palmer. 60 for 4 is the score.
But that comes down to, Terry, to a belief and the mindset. You have to believe that you can win. You have to show that you're on top. So there are times when West Indies look like they're on top, but then they just begin to coast because they just think like, okay, all right, we got 6 wickets, so we can coast around. By the time you look, the team has added 200 runs.
Which nearly happened in the second match here on Tuesday.
Ooh.
Brilliant delivery once again by Palmer.
What an over.
He needs a slip.
What an over.
60 for 4 at the end of the over. And in Barbados in the first test, Brandon King was bowled by Hazelwood for 26. West Indies 72 for 5. But as I said to you this morning, though, Vernon, it disappoints me. That's why we talk about West Indian flair and West Indian way. Go out there and play your natural game and stop being intimidated by all these opposition.
Terry. Bishop. You the cricketer. Not Darwin Sammy, the coach. You, the cricketer, has to be strong mentally.
Right.
You have to have a big heart.
Exactly.
If you don't have a big heart, you won't be able to execute that, Terry.
Exactly.
Nobody can teach you that.
No.
You have to you have to find that. And it was amazing, right? Unlike when Mali and those guys played, the amount of data that's available, and that's what I'm talking about. We got to be very careful about the data, because you can have all of this data and really don't even understand the data. I feel that cricket is played on the day, and that's why it's so interesting. When you look back.
Well, without being rude, Vernon, right? Don't be rude. But at the end of the day, the data will tell you that we drop more catches than what we take. So, who's working on that? 61 for 4. You're talking about Bishop going between umpire and stump. He does try that a bit often, and as Marley will tell you, he bowls way behind the pop-in crease. Tries all different things, different angles, which is good to see.
There are just some habits, Terry, that you want to take out. The bowlers, when they're bowling, and we've seen it, it's like a habit coming from the under 15 level, which is up to the if you're a spin bowler, you're a bowler, you're also a fielder. So you have to look to stop that ball. You can't say, I'm just going to leave that for Terry at mid-on or mid-off. You have to.
Driven nicely by Kasala past the short extra cover, and he picks up another 2. Moves to 30, off just 35. They put on 46. These two, as the score moves on to 64 for 4.
Feel that cover needs to give himself some room. He's getting too close. That's why the ball is beating him, especially when it comes off the practice area. It sort of skids on. If you're too close, you don't give yourself any room. Over number 15 completed, 64 for 4. What a spell by Jedediah Blades. Really
Absolutely.
Just ripped through the top order.
He was on the money from ball 1, but this is a good repair job by Kasala and Captain Lakshan. Of course, a lot more to do, but so far they've added some 46 runs.
We know what happens in this so far that we've seen in the series from both teams. They've lost wickets in clusters, like I earlier indicated. Then we've got a partnership, and then there's almost like another run through, and then you have a finish.
Palmer into Lakshan. Shorty for the hook. Big appeal.
Not out, says umpire Joel Wilson.
Wilson never moved.
I think it maybe came off of the shirt, more or less. It was something. It was a quick delivery.
It was a good ball.
Yeah. Forced him to.
No. Touched not.
Yeah. Didn't get glove or bat onto it. So good decision by umpire Joel Wilson. Palmer looking for his first list day wicket. He's really bowled well. He's bowled the ball in the right areas.
Runs in again to Lakshan. Lakshan's defending this back to the bowler.
Like this approach from Palmer, attacking the stumps.
Yeah, he's bowling well, but as I say, Vernon, I'd still like to see a slip in there for him.
Yeah. Don't think you'll get that slip today, Terry. So
No, I don't think so either.
Sometimes our wishes don't come true. That's one for sure that won't come true today. Maybe if Blades was bowling, he might have maybe had a slip. I don't know.
Well, he had 2 for Blade.
There you go. Score in the meantime goes up to 65 for 4. Kasala's just gone about his business quietly. 30 from 36.
He played well. He played well the other day too. Went about his business quietly for his half century.
I like his technique. He keeps it simple. Doesn't have a high back lift. He just there, bending his knees.
It's a low stance.
Yeah, and just there. He just works the ball around. Plays the ball from right under his eyes. Kasala. He's got good wrists. Just works the ball around into the gaps. quite confidently. And if we look at his contribution in the last game, 75 from 87 balls, 45 dot balls, 9 fours. So he's a sort of player who is to more or less be the instigator to hold the middle together and still rotate strike. You realize he's 31 from 37, so he's improving on his strike rate in this game.
Palmer into Lakshan.
Bowled again.
On target once again.
This is a good
Back
spell
to the bowler.
You know, it's always so important because, you know, bowlers have to hunt in pairs. So even though the partnership is 48 from 58, Palmer has come on, replaced Kelvin Pittman, and has given major support to Joshua Bishop so far.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Pittman this morning was just a bit too short. Didn't have the rhythm going.
I like his aggression this morning, even though, you know.
No, he was looking to do the right thing. That's pulled nicely through the mid-wicket area by Lakshan into the boundary, 4 runs.
Yeah.
So Lakshan moves to 20. Sri Lanka emerging players move to 70 for 4. That brings up the half-century stand for the 5th wicket. And the first water break of the day. So we'll take a couple of minutes break on 360 and return with the live action.
Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. I'm joined by the legendary voice, Mali Richards.
Morning, Vernon. Morning, everyone.
Yeah, 16 overs gone. Impressive spell, Mali, from Jedediah Blades.
Yeah, it
he
was.
Just ripped you the top order.
It was a devastating spell, wasn't it, with the new ball from this Sir Curtly Ambrose, and he used the conditions really well. That breeze from east to west, across, especially to the left-handers. He was a constant threat. And I think in that first power play in partnership with Rivaldo Clark, surprisingly. It's a bit of confusion here again. What do they say, Vern? Never run on a misfield?
Yeah, it's proven all the time. You know, some things are real, Mali. In cricket, you see that. Don't care. Anytime there's a mix-up and you run, you're going to be in trouble. The fielder just has to keep their composure.
But I was saying, Vern, there was a change of tact from the West Indies Academy today. Teddy Bishop opting to use the off-spin of Rivaldo Clark from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
And I taking a page out of Sri Lanka's book.
Yeah, and with the composition of this team as well, especially with Kelvin Pittman being a bit more comfortable with just a slightly older ball. It really worked to the West Indies Academy's advantage, even though Clark didn't pick up a wicket. Normally the Sri Lankans would have looked to be a bit more aggressive, but with Blades taking wickets at the other end, they just had to be a bit more watchful.
True. Ken Myth.
That should be, once again running on a misfield, but poor from Joshua Bishop. He's got to be ready to field off his own bowling. Just there again, just took his eye off the ball at the last second. Did provide that run-out opportunity though. Big dive there. Maybe would have saved Kasala. Or Lakshan, sorry. It's Kasala on strike.
It's these small habits, Mali. You gotta feel the ball. You gotta keep the pressure on. Most of these young bowlers seem not to like to feel, to stop the ball. That's the first thing you have to do, is to stop it. Again, push down the ground for an easy single. Just too easy.
Yeah, it's been a good response, this, between this pair. As we said, to that opening, a devastating opening spell from Jediah Blades. 4 for 10 in 5 overs. Looked like he was going to take a wicket almost on every delivery at one point.
I told Terry they weren't getting that ball out of his hand. He wanted a fifer.
I think it was in response to what we saw a couple of days ago as well, in terms of how he came back. He was a bit disappointing for me with the ball. He was a bit demonstrative in the field. So I think he's really come back well here today, Jediah Blades, and showed that class, showed that bit of experience, as we said, coming from the West Indies setup.
Well, he's someone who is being looked at. So he's got some big shoes to fill.
And not just experience, but the execution of his skills. Both him and Nathan Edward, when they get that ball to swing, they're a threat. Slightly more pacey than Nathan Edward, but similar. Maybe Nathan Edward just moves the ball both ways a bit more consistently. When they're getting that swing through the air, especially Blades gets it to swing late, bowls that fuller length, a la or Mitchell Stark. It's a threatening proposition. Michael Palmer back into the attack. He's been a bit more consistent here in this first spell, even though he's been slightly expensive.
Yeah. I think he's really trying to get a wicket, Mali. He wants to get that. As you rightly just highlighted there, 12 dot balls. He doesn't need to worry about any short balls today. Just stack the stumps. There are days like this.
That heavy length as well.
Yeah.
Back of a length. Playing on the same pitch he would have played on match 2. As you said, just too short.
Yeah, forget about that. No need. Every now and again he just feels he has to bowl a short ball. There's no need to try and that. Just continue to just got to be muscle memory, just on the money, on the money. Every time that he's bowled the ball off the wicket, he's been dispatched for 4. He has to remember that in the back of his head now. When he bowls it that hard length, they just defend it.
I think with the left-hander on strike, the dimensions here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, he wants to have him hitting into the wind, into the long side of the field. That's to the offside.
That's the area. That's where he has to bowl.
Even at the risk of bowling a wide for me.
Would be better.
Yes. Can't afford to be too straight. It's just too easy.
And this second day track or the second use of this track here, pace has just got a lot slower. So it's almost like a tennis type bounce that is really coming through for the bowler and for the batsman.
Still a tinge of green, few cracks as well, but just there, right on the money, good length as well. In between, in that corridor, as they say.
And you can tell, Mali, that when the ball is round about that 4-6 meter area, the Sri Lankan batsmen are not very comfortable. So the one the most of what they try to do is defend the castle. They just defend because it's like they're just waiting, saying, okay, well, Palmer's going to bowl one offline so we can get a boundary, like off of the second delivery. Again, gone for a short ball again. He has to get behind the stumps, Palmer. He's in front of the stumps.
Yeah, opting to go short every now and again, Michael Palmer. He's got the man deposited a deep backward square for the left-hander. This one was hit in front of square, so had a bit of work for him to do. Ended up coming back for 2 runs, Lakshan. He's a dangerous batter in this situation. The partnership 62 off 70, coming good time. Good response this from the Sri Lankans.
Patience. Palmer just has to be patient. That's what this game is about. Cricket is life. Just got to keep working. End of over number 18. Sri Lanka losing wickets at 1 for 6, 2 for 8, 3 for 15, 4 for 18. At one time, Mali, we thought we were going to have an early lunch.
Could still have an early lunch. 81 for 4. We've seen wickets fall in clusters in this series. So from a West Indian Academy perspective, they just really need to get one more here. Look to break this partnership. Both batters have been in decent nick. Casado got that half century in match 2. Lakshan was enterprising in that second 4-day game with his half century. Only half century he scored on this tour so far.
Callum Boyne took it today behind the stump.
Yeah, he's been a fixture, hasn't he? In the last 2-3 years with the gloves. He's down at long on. Callum Boyne took it. I think this is the first time I'm going to see him out in the outfield.
Yeah, certainly is. We're talking about 2 years, Mali. 2 years, 14 matches, 790 runs, including 412 runs this year, 5 half centuries, and 1 maiden first class 100 at Kensington Oval in that day-night encounter.
Oh, that's sloppy. That is sloppy indeed. I think he may have just gotten a bit of a awkward bounce there, but there's never really a run on the cards.
Before the competition, he ended up to be the best wicketkeeper on show. Another single again.
Surprisingly a little flat here, the West Indies Academy, considering the situation.
Yeah, they're waiting for...
They've worked so hard to pick up those 4 wickets. Just a little flat. His partnership just starting to threaten now. 66 off 76 deliveries. And as you're saying, Lakshan very experienced. Kasala as well. They'll just look to keep knocking the balls into the gaps. Only 19 overs gone.
They've got to stay in the moment. Stay in the moment. You just need you need a spark. You need something spectacular. Excellent catch. A run out. You know, they're feeling... Got to be on the money. Got to raise their game. Palmer is pulled out of the attack. Is this Matara?
Yes, it is.
Matara comes in to the conversation.
It's just the odd boundary ball for Palmer where he has to clean it up now. As he said, he bowled quite a high number of dots in that 4-over spell. But at the same time, just gave away a few boundaries, a little inconsistent with his length.
Because he's a strong guy, he just feels that he can test the batsman with a short ball. But sometimes the track does not determine that. So you just got to be on the money. Got to keep attacking the stumps all the time. Matara bowled well, Mali, in the 4-day game.
He did. He played just the 1 4-day match. The second, Zishan Matara. As he said, he bowled very well. Tends to pick up wickets. He's a wicket taker.
Maybe that's why Teddy Bishop maybe might have brought him on here at this time. The middle overs is going to be very critical. This is just only the 20th over. So this game has still got a long way to go still. Not over by a long shot.
Slightly different profile as well in terms of how he goes about bowling his leg spin.
He's out stump, is he? No, he got back in time, Ali. It was wide. Good feet movement there.
And what I noticed in that second 4-day match, especially when Matara was bowling, they did just struggle to pick his length. Not a big turner of the ball, more in the mode of Anil Kumble looking to bowl the ball into the pitch, get a bit of bounce. Came a long way there, got back. Lakshan. So he's looking to get after Matara. Bit of turn.
Got to bowl the ball into the surface. And that's something that the Sri Lankan spinners demonstrated, especially from the Dr. Sir Andy Robertson, Daniel and company. They just bowl the ball right there. Take some pace off. Good start here so far by Matara. Can he finish strong now? That's going to be the keys. Bowl 5 dot balls.
It starts with a maiden. You know how valuable maidens are in this format of the game. Just the one maiden in the previous match from, I think it was Traveen Matthew bowling the only maiden.
Yes, he did.
So another spinner getting through and over there. Good start this from Zishan Matara. As I said, just maybe struggling to just pick the length. The trajectory a little lower than they expect, a little quicker out of the hand, does get a bit of bounce. Not the biggest turner of the ball, but it's in between wicket and wicket.
So we got 20 overs bowl, Mali. So another 30 overs to go in the context. 84 for 4. Sri Lanka have rebounded after a string of that blast by Blades to really just blast out the top 4 batsmen from the Sri Lanka Emerging Academy. They're still scoring at 4.20, so which is still a decent rate.
Yeah, just looking to repair the innings now, this Kasala and skipper Lakshan.
Lakshan, very experienced.
Remember Sri Lanka winning the toss and opting to bat. So they'll be disappointed with the fact that they haven't made best use of batting conditions here first up. But they're still fighting, and that's been a hallmark of this series. It's been very competitive. No team has really managed to
go ahead of anybody.
Yeah, per se, is to assume the ascendancy for any length of time. Every time one's landed a blow, the other one's responded. But in this final match here today, all to play for. Series tied 1-1. 4-day series was tied 1-1.
So after 10 dot balls, the cycle has been broken. And just to support what Malia said, West Indies Academy 237, Sri Lanka 238 for 5. West Indies Academy 290 for 9. Sri Lanka 271 all out. So they've been evenly matched so far. We've had one century.
This is one way in which you can build a bit of pressure, though. Just bowling in pace quite nicely. The last 2 overs, 12 deliveries, just conceded the 1 run.
In terms of batting, we will say that the Academy, Valda Clark 74, Colin Boyne Tuckett 50, Akeem Ogies 66, Colin Boyne Tuckett 55, Valda Clark 51. So on paper, you would say that the West Indies Academy players have matched up as compared to Sri Lanka, who've only had 2 half centuries and a century.
Definitely, the West Indies Academy maybe have just had a few more performances littered around the team.
But these two are looking now to rebuild for Sri Lanka. They've done an excellent job here so far, Mali.
And it's been a 2-over partnership so far, so still a long way to go. Matara has to back up that maiden now with another decent one. Ups to push back, mid on to long on. Oh, that was aerial. That was aerial. Not too far from that extra cover fielder, Teddy Bishop. To the left-handed Dhananjaya Lakshan. Long on comes into the circle.
And that's what happens when you have a left and right combination. It just keeps you on the money. You got to be, the concentration levels, you have to be switched on all the time.
So far, Matara has been switched on. He's been right on the money, as you say, on that good length.
Very tall for a spinner. Almost taller than Mackenzie.
So we were saying earlier, slightly different profile to what you maybe normally see from a leg spinner. I think Rishad Hussain as well from Bangladesh, another tall, leggy, quick, ups to use a bit of pace and bounce more to their advantage than say turn. Just well played. He's looking for 2 here, Lakshan. He's going to come back. He's quick, very quick indeed. Throw at the non-striker's end, would have been out. Once again, Matara could have gotten into decent position there. Have a look at this. Matara in no man's land. Have a look at that. Just leaves it in the end.
Got to get behind the stumps.
Basics here.
Got to get behind the stump. Take the bails off. Collect the return. If it hits, that's okay, but you've got to get behind the stumps.
Yeah, right. Direct hit would have been out.
Yeah, get behind the stumps.
Kasala was slow to respond.
And there's a new culture that I haven't seen in now Mali, where all of the bowlers are standing in front of the stumps. I think the basics are the basics. Especially in a tight game, you got to get over those stumps. Collect, take the bails off, or the stumps, break the stumps.
I think there's not, no, I don't actually think there's one way to do it, but you have to execute. That's the thing. It's the basics of watching the ball, collecting and hitting the stumps, whether you're in front or behind. Using no man's land there. We've seen many occasions where a fielder or a bowler would come in front of the stumps, a good throw, look to cut the distance, use the momentum of the throw straight onto the stumps as opposed to having it go past the stumps to go back on. MSD, Mahendra Singh Dhoni.
Oh, he's a classic.
He's a classic, but everyone isn't Dhoni.
That's
another thing.
Thank you very much, Mali. He's got quick hands, so Dhoni can afford to do that. That's something that he's mastered. That's years of experience you're talking about.
It's also looking to even a lot of the batting principles have changed over time. So it's just the evolution of the game as well. Even though a lot of principles stay the same, it's all about execution.
Your man is back, Mali.
Pittman back into the attack, short and wide though, slashed away. Kasala, he's continuing his good form from the second match here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Meat and drink to him. He's in good form. Wasn't the widest delivery, but as we saw in the second game on that short arm pull as well down the ground. Doesn't have to be too wide.
But and maybe Bishop has got to look at the positioning. Look how square Callum Boyne Tuckett is, Mali. I think he really should be at least 10 meters to his left, really. He's just too wide there. If Pittman's pace is going to be, and it goes between gully and backward point, it really should be going to Callum Boyne Tuckett.
Gone! Wicket! Suckered him into the drive outside the off stump. Outside edge taken. And almost against the run of play. Low catch there by Joshua Bishop.
Beautiful.
Was in a good position to begin with.
Pitched up again, just as you were talking about, Mali. Full length, had to go for it. Didn't get the levers out there. Just the bat speed going. And a good sharp low catch by Joshua Bishop. Pittman strikes.
Yeah, his first wicket here today, Kelvin Pittman. 92 for 5. Big wicket that. His partnership between Kasala and Lakshan was just threatening to bring the Sri Lankans right back into the game, but full and wide, maybe just leaning back slightly.
Rather than forward.
Didn't really transfer the weight onto that front foot.
Yes, yeah.
In the end, just peeled off the outside edge. Good sharp low catch that by Joshua Bishop. Was in a good solid position to begin with. Really just had to react.
His eyes opened up, Mali, because it looked like a half volley. If you realize it was, so he was expanding like, yes, I'm going to clap this one away. Well, let's see what the approach will be from Teddy Bishop. You got a new batsman. Yeah, I'm still concerned about that sweeper, Mali. He's in no man's land. I don't think he has to. Callum Boyne Tuckett certainly has to go as deep as possible to his left. Another 10 meters.
Yeah, he's just a bit too far in front, especially as you say, maybe for the extra pace of a Kelvin Pittman. It's going to be a serious shot, yeah. So he's just probably hurt us slightly. He's gone a bit more on square. Could probably go another 5. New batter in still just in fact, just a gully in.
But there's an appeal for a cop behind there.
There was. Maybe thought there was a top edge or bottom edge on that one.
Yeah, well, Joel Andrew feels excited about the whole conversation as well, too.
New batter at the crease.
Got to get a slipper.
Yeah, you got to have a catcher in for me.
You have to have a slip. It's almost like you sit back. You're on top. That's what I'm talking about.
He also lowers the bowler into bowling a bit fuller as well. Just there.
Gotta get that slip in. Gotta pressure the situation there.
At least for a couple of deliveries at the risk. Get the third man up into the slip. You can risk that for 2 deliveries, Vern.
Of course you can.
If one peels away down off the outside edge, so be it.
It goes straight maybe to one of them. There's always that mindset when you have a first slip, the batsman is thinking about it, can't try anything fancy.
And it would just cause Pittman to just bowl a little shorter, actually, than the needs be on this pitch.
And with no slip, it's enticing Fernando to feel that he can just open the face of the bat and get a very comfortable single. He's on naught, which means that you have to have him guessing, you have to have him thinking, and you have to give Kelvin Pittman the support to get wickets.
For me, Bishop has to go into that catching region there.
Yeah.
And Bowen Tucker can just go a little squarer, as you said. Lifting, rising delivery outside the off stump. Drops the hands, does Fernando.
Well played. Good cricket all around. Good take by young Joel Andrew.
Yesterday that would have been, or at least 2 days ago, that would have been signal 1 for the over. So a little adjustment being made here by the umpires as well.
No, it was the last ball of the over. So he got away with it. Had he maybe had another delivery, I'm sure he'd have been coming out. You know, the famous signal would have been coming out, Mali. So I think Pittman himself is learning as well too. Knows that if I'm going to bowl that sharp ball, let me make sure that I bowl it on the final delivery of the over. 92 for 5.
Good point. Matara to continue. It's been a good little spell this for the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, he just needs to replicate this now. Bowling partnership, that's going to be key.
That's where the benefit of, as we said, bowling in partnerships, even Matara, or neither Matara or Bishop benefited there in terms of picking up the wicket. But it would have been that little spell, just built a bit of pressure, 2-3 over spell, just a couple runs. Put that added pressure in the mind of the batters. Kasala thinking he's got to get on with it. Maybe just looking, as you said, the eyes just opening a bit too much. Didn't transfer the weight as positively. That head a bit back in his stance.
I like the variations here so far by Matara.
Very subtle.
Yeah, pace off, pace on. You know, he's really mixing it up every now and again. Just giving the batsman something to think about. Lakshan just above his eye line, making him use his feet. Making him wait now too. Teddy Bishop now decides to go to first slip. Matara seeming to say, listen, let's put some pressure. Let's build some pressure here. I love this, Mali.
Yeah, Lakshan is quite risky. He plays the late cut well.
Out to the sweeper, Colin Boyne Tuckett.
And Matara is probably just sensing Lakshan looking to run one down into that third man region.
So you got 3 keepers on the field. Rivaldo Clark, Colin Boyne Tuckett, Joel Andrew. And maybe if you search around, somebody else might be saying out there, I can keep to. Yeah, Fernandez on North. Just build some pressure here.
Yeah, this is the attacking field you want to see to the new batter.
Don't like where Blades is, Mali. He's in no man's land, really. Should be to his right. Just too easy. He shouldn't be allowed to get off that easy.
Not necessarily. You want him a bit straighter for me because you want the batter to look to hit the ball square.
Square. That's what I was saying. He needed to just go to his right, really. We just thought that he was just too,
a bit too
yeah,
far.
Yeah. Just needed to just go around in that area there. A lot of movement here now from left to right. But I like this spell from Matara. He's into his third over. Can he finish strong?
Lakshan will push for 2.
He's going to be in trouble if he tries. Blades is a big, powerful guy. Fernando was not interested. Over comes to an end. 3 singles off of that over.
Yeah, good stuff this from Zishan Matara. As you said, subtle variations in terms of line, length, especially in pace, the trajectory. One a bit quicker. Marshaled his field around. He looks like a player who understands what he's trying to do, especially for one so young, one of the younger members of this West Indies Academy setup as well. Just 18.
You know, sometimes you could look at leaders too. As a bowler, you could see him saying what he wants.
Pittman opting to go round to Lakshan here. The West Indies Academy can remove Lakshan. Still the possibility of bowling out this Sri Lanka emerging team for 150 or below on the cards. They should be thinking that way. That's the kind of ruthlessness that should be in the minds of these young players at this stage. 95 for 5 after 24. Lakshan well set, but it's taken him a bit of time. He's had to absorb a bit of pressure, 35 or 57. He'll be looking to catch up later on in the innings at this strike rate. Just doing a bit of a repair job now. Starts outside. Beating him outside the off stump there from Kelvin Pittman. Good delivery that.
Joel Andrew spotted something. He's come down to Bishop and says we maybe need to get a slip in for Pittman.
Yeah, it'll just force him to bowl that tad bit fuller, just on that length there. They've got to remove Lakshan. If they can get Lakshan out with the stage of the game where it is, the run rate not overly threatening, as we said, just below 4, West Indies Academy can attack a bit more, and they do. Gully comes in for the left-hander.
The third man, I think, is in no man's land, Mali, so he needs to figure out he's almost in line with Bishop from our vantage point. Needs to go to his right. Pittman has gone short. Maybe trying a double bluff. Now he gets a chance to bowl to the right-hander. I think the sip should still be maintained for the right-hander.
More so for the right-handers. They only faced 5 deliveries so far.
I think if I was Bishop, he needs to be going to first slip, really. His second slip, more or less.
It's more like a third slip.
Yeah.
There, third, fourth slip.
But I think we have to cut. Where did Bishop catch the ball? And I think that's the first thing that we got to establish. You got to look for that. Full length from Pittman should be the objective. Beautiful. Good line. But I think he needs to be on the money. He needs to be attacking the stumps.
Tad bit fuller as well. Fernando looking to force that one away. Maybe just done for a bit of pace more than anything. It's been a good comeback this from Kelvin Pittman.
Yeah, switch from the Andy Roberts end to the Curtly Ambrose end. Almost going up the hill. That's the line. That's where you want to go.
I think Fernando will feel that he's missed out on that one. Fuller, wide. Once again, no real foot movement from him there. Looking to play through the line.
Pittman has to keep searching, still keep coming. Don't lose his focus. No need for a short ball right now. Keep attacking those stumps. You'd have seen Jedediah Blades spell. Just relieving the pressure there. Kelvin Pittman wants a ball to the new batter. Just one delivery remaining. Action comes back on strike. Now he has to finish strong. He cannot afford to give away a boundary ball. So he has to continue to support Motaro's bowl well so far. Just limit the boundary balls and just bowl more dot balls. Fuller length should be the objective.
In fact, if he is going to bowl a short ball, this is the situation in which to do so.
There we
Left-hander Lakshan.
There we go.
Big side there, into the breeze. Colin Bowen tuck it deep backward square. For me, still just a bit too far in front. Fine leg goes a bit wider.
Well bowled. Well bowled.
Goes for the sucker delivery though. Well done from Pittman. Ends. Another good over. Just 2 runs coming from it. West Indies Academy fighting back now. After that wicket of Sahan Kasala. 97 for 5. Halfway through.
Yeah. So the position in the game now is that Lakshan is 36 from 60, which means he's put his marker down that he has to bat the remaining 25 overs. In the meantime, the academy now needs to be able to continue to work in partnerships. Don't give them any easy runs. Continue to build that sort of pressure, and let's see how well they can be able to soak up that pressure.
Yeah, they've got to use that to their advantage, as you said. Lakshan, 60 deliveries, soaked up quite a bit, a few dot balls now, but he's had to do so in order to try and repair this innings for the Sri Lanka emerging team.
Slip now for the new batsman, Valdo Clark.
Hoping that they'll find that element of timing Oh, googly. Just squeezed down on that one.
How did he miss that?
Very subtle. The hands were kicking up quick enough to bail him out.
Yeah.
Once again, a lot of field changes, a lot of adjustments being made. Left hand, right hand combination. Hit straight to the man at short mid wicket. And just like that, pressure brings about the downfall of Dhananjaya Lakshan. We were just saying that the importance of him in the Sri Lanka emerging innings. But with Fernando not looking comfortable at the other end, Vern, the pressure just beginning to build even more on the Sri Lankan skipper. Not the best delivery we've seen.
But a good sharp catch by Rivaldo Clark.
And it's all about bowling in partnerships. The West Indies have been brilliant in the last 4 or 5 overs in terms of just reducing that scoring rate and not bowling or delivering too many boundary balls.
And that bowling partnership has brought 2 wickets, the 2 most important players that they needed.
Kasala and now Lakshan, Matara benefiting on this occasion. First it was Bishop and Matara, that little 2-3 over spell. To Curtly Ambrose then. Pittman brought back in. Looked to get after Pittman after some tight bowling by the spin pair. He picked up the wicket, and here again, Matara. Once again. Just conceded 7 runs so far in his 3.3. Picks up his first wicket of the series.
.98 for 6. Bowled it. Ooh, almost Piva leg before.
Was that pad first?
I think he got on the edge.
I think he did. Just almost yorked himself slightly.
Yeah, got on the edge. That maybe is what saved him.
Oof, not too sure, to be honest. Looks like Milan has Sanka. Good to see him back out here today.
Yeah, after being shaken up in that game.
Got a bit of a promotion as well, coming in at number 8. Looked quite good in that partnership with Traveen Matthews, threatening to actually bring Sri Lanka close in match 2. Was hit in the head, nasty blow that from Nathan Edward. Had to go off retired hurt.
And the concussion substitute was then elevated to his position. 26 overs bowled, 98 for 6. Sri Lanka emerging players winning the toss. Lakshan seems like a long time ago and quickly said, we're going to bat.
And as I said, if the West Indies Academy could remove just one of Kasala or Lakshan, proved to be Kasala. With both teams actually losing wickets in clusters throughout this series.
But it's also interesting at the toss, Mali, because Teddy Bishop did tell me that if he'd won the toss, he would have batted first too.
Of course he would. Slightly different for the West Indies Academy here, chasing. Outside the off stump, beats him again for a bit of pace. 98 for 6. Get another slip in. Get another close catcher in. Fernando's struggling against Kelvin Pittman. Have a look at that. Not quite getting in line.
I don't think he's interested in getting in line either, Mali.
Sanka has just exhibited a slightly more competent defense so far.
Pittman just has to bowl fuller. Just that line there. Ooh, that's what we're talking about.
That's the area.
That's where Colin Boyne Tuckett is supposed to be.
That's the area. Once again, peels off the outside edge. Extra pace. Just a little late on it. In fact, just opened the face of the bat upon contact. Gets it in between that man at deep point and third man.
I think every minute Bishop keeps making the adjustment, but the adjustment really shouldn't be coming from Bishop. The adjustment has to be where Callum Boyne Tuckett is. If he goes 5 meters to his left, he's comfortably going to stop that ball. Even if it is played to his right, he can be able to see it.
Bishop has gone square. Got in position. Catching point almost. Goes short. He's hammered to the short side. So 4 and 6 in consecutive deliveries. 10 runs so far off this pit maneuver. Has he gotten Fernando going here? Bit of a struggle. Wasn't really moving, especially getting onto that front foot. Delivers a half tracker. Fernando picks out the short side. Goes with the breeze. It was an easy hit. Flew over that boundary at mid-wicket for 6. Is that the first 6 of the innings?
That's the first six of the innings. Yeah. Now let's look, Mali. I think they're more or less, there's just too many changes. That's the line that he has to bowl. You've seen here that it really doesn't make sense trying to bowl a short ball. And most of the short balls, even when Palmer was bowling, were just put away. So you have to look around at the game and realize, what's happening. How are this going on for me? When I bowl a short ball, it's belted away.
If Asanka gets on strike, he's going to be tested, especially if Pittman's got ball in hand. Tested with the short stuff. It's hit on the head the previous game. Goes short and wide again outside the off stump. Gets away with that one though. Fernando was a bit too early on this one. So before he was a bit late. He got his timing perfect, especially on that pull stroke. This delivery a bit early. So a mixed bag from him, but nonetheless a good over this for the Sri Lankans. Big tennis ball, leader bounce. That one just sat up. Full and wide once again, but play and a miss.
If you have that pace, why are you trying to bowl short? Just as you were saying, Mali. You prefer if you bowl the ball wide and the batsman squeezes you down to third man, no problem. That kind of pace will undo batsman any day.
Yeah, 100 coming up. That's 6 of Kelvin Pittman there. Windies Fernando 13 off 16. It was a slow start, but really got himself going in that Pittman over. 4 and a 6. Hasanka yet to score. So a mixed bag really from Kelvin Pittman in that over.
Yeah, sort of just kind of release the pressure. And that's understanding of not being patient, Mali. Just trying to get a wicket every ball. It doesn't work like that. Just go back to the basics and apply the pressure. When you bowl the ball full length pace, it's a dot ball. Look at Matara, like his leadership. He knows where he wants his fielders.
I think the score 108 for 6. Maybe Skipper Bishop can be afforded to bring back Jediah Blades from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end for a couple. So
Yeah,
just 5 overs.
Just that he can maybe pick up his 5-wicket haul as well too.
More than that, to really just try and bowl out this team for as little as possible.
Truth.
He's been the danger man today. Rip through the Sri Lankan top order, 4 for 10.
And maybe give Pittman one more. And if he's not up to the money, I'll support your actions, Mali. Getting Blades into the conversation. Hasanka is making a very concerted effort, Mali, to get his bat in front of his pad. Himself being a wrist spinner as well too. 20-year-old.
The quicker one there once again. Subtle change.
Don't forget that Hasanka is on north, Mali.
Flatter, faster. Delivery that from Matara.
Just above his eye line. Maiden over.
It's his second maiden here today.
He's bowled well.
Valuable spell this from Zishan Matara. Just 7 runs conceded in his 5 so far. Picked up the 1 wicket. Big wicket that. The skipper Dhananjaya Lakshan.
So Teddy Bishop allowing Kelvin Pittman to get 1 more. In the meantime, Blades comes across at mid-off now, and maybe just to remind him, listen, you got to be on the money. So to his Agis, and let's see what the approach will be from Pittman in this over. I think they're going with their ploy that they're going to try and bowl him short, Mali.
Not really executing at this point, Kelvin Pittman. Maybe not quite the conditions for sustained sharp pitch bowling, especially with the team 108 for 6, right-hander. Think of the dimensions of the Sir Vivian Richards cricket ground. We already saw him deposited over mid-wicket for 6 in the previous over. Slightly better length there.
It's the length is the issue for me with Pittman, eh? And most young fast bowlers just feel that they have to bowl a short ball, but you have to assess the situation. If it's going to be a short ball, it has to be a good short ball.
But when he was bowling so well, especially in the 4-day series, he was looking to pitch the ball up, and it was just that extra bounce, extra pace that proved from a fuller length proved to be challenging for the Sri Lankans. Short, wide, this time in front, well in front. Not quite out the middle. Will Bowen Tuckett get there? No, it just beats him. That extra cover region. So as we were saying, Fernando just starting to get his timing here. No, short and wide, asking to be hit. Bowen Tuckett was quick across the outfield. But once again, Vernon, poor length.
Blades is now saying to him, what are you trying? Gotta bowl the ball fuller. Gotta bowl the ball fuller. It has to be muscle memory in your mind.
Still too short, that.
Jeez. It's almost like he's struggling, Mali. He doesn't feel fluent, and every time he goes up, it's just like he's just stopping in his delivery stride. He's not completing his action at all.
And this is where leadership comes into play, because this is what when the skipper tells the bowler exactly what he needs from him. You could sense it early as well, especially with Fernando just coming to the crease. Teddy Bishop has to pounce. He has to say, I've got to give. He's got to know his bowlers. He's been playing with Kelvin Pittman for a few years now. I've got to give him that almost something to aim at in terms of that slip just there.
He's got to finish strong now. 5 runs out the over so far. 1 for 37. He's into his 6th over here, Kelvin Pittman. Partnership is 15. 113 for 6. Overcast conditions here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Don't want to say rain has been threatening, but it's got a strong breeze coming out of the Param area. Lovely day for cricketers, they would say. Pittman, can he finish strong, Mali?
That's the length. Bit too late now, though. Just the one delivery really on the right length in that over from Kelvin Pittman. So poor execution here from the young man. As he said, he's been absolutely fantastic in the series so far versus the Sri Lankans. 4-day series, playing his first match of the limited overs series.
Maybe taking a little bit of time to get primed up. He was man of that series as well too. 13 wickets.
Yeah, so maybe just struggling for a bit of
Rhythm. And different conditions as well too. Home ground, Coolidge Cricket Ground, now Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. This has been a good move here. He's decided to call Colin Boyne Tuckett. I was thinking about that all day, Mali, as to why Colin Boyne Tuckett was doing so much running, sweeping.
They want someone quick, patrolling the boundaries.
But certainly they need Palmer and even what's his name? Rivaldo Clark. Palmer, Rivaldo Clark, Pittman. Those are the guys that you need patrolling your boundary.
Not so sure about Pittman, especially. I think he's mainly gone there to get a drink.
Yeah.
He's a bit gassed, probably. 5 over spell.
Well, he bowled 2 from the Andy Roberts end. And then he came and bowled 4 from this end. And the 12th man darting around to give him some water. 11:37 here in Antigua and Barbuda. Heading up to lunchtime. Big save by Colin Boyne Tuckett. Big save.
They all converge on the young man to congratulate him on saving 1 run there.
He might have maybe saved 4, Mali. Had he gone past him, mid-on fielder would have to be chasing.
No one saving that at this point in time. A bit high off the top edge. Hasanka gets off the mark.
And you know what?
14th delivery.
And you know what happens here? The wind. Try to hit that one up into the wind. Sort of just pushed it back. One 16 for 6. They have to be clinical. They still have to keep the pressure up on Sri Lanka.
From a technical standpoint, though, Hasanka has looked good.
Yeah.
Especially in that first game. The match wasn't with him and Matthew at the crease.
But he kept it simple.
Yeah, they were threatening to really bring Sri Lanka close. And I think everything changed when he had to retire hurt. Concussion protocols. Had to have that concussion substitute. Dylan Sedera come in to replace him. Goes shorter and quicker. The man is set. Michael Palmer down on the cover boundary does the work. Good over nonetheless. Once again, just 2 runs. Nova conceded from his 6, Zishan Matara. 26 dots. Should I have blades ripping through the Sri Lankan top order. 4 for 10. 1 for Kelvin Pittman. And you saw there 1 from Zishan Matara as well. It's just starting to get a little darker here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Maybe a hint of rain up there to the east of us. Here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. More than likely will just blow by, especially with the breeze as strong as it's been, especially in the last 2 matches. Blades, though, replaces Pittman. Goes full and he's hammered through cover. No one in that region there. Will be 4, so he's greeted with a boundary by Ravinder Fernando. And what we're seeing here is just from a West Indian Academy perspective, maybe a little guilty of bowling a bit poorly to Fernando to start with. And it's just giving him a bit of a start. 24 of 23 now. Some poor tactics when he came to the crease. A bit too short, too wide to him. Still no slip. Opting to go around the wicket, Jediah Blades. Projected score 201. Not sure if that will be enough here today. It'll be the first time we're seeing the West Indies Academy chase, though.
he looks a different player, Mali, when the ball is pitch fuller. He's more comfortable when the ball is short. He doesn't stride out once the ball pitches up. He just stays on his crease because he's a back foot player. You could tell that. Bishop tested there at that time. They got an easy single in the process.
I was saying when we first got on, it was just after the first spell from Jediah Blades, 4 for 10 in 5. It's a constant threat with new ball in hand from the Security Ambrose end. He used the conditions very well. Use that breeze to his advantage.
Searching for 5 wickets here, Blades. That had some pace on it.
He's adjusted really well in terms of that first delivery was just a bit too wide as well, allowing Ravindu to free his arms.
That one hitting the right glove of Joel Andrew. Just bounced out. Had an extra zip on it.
A lot tighter line from around the wicket here by Blades. So apart from that boundary to begin with, he's come back well in this over.
Certainly has.
Once again, Hasanka stylishly.
Composure, good composure. Leading with his head on his shoulders. Got into the right position from heel to toe. And stroked it stylishly, as Mali said. 31 overs bowled, 124 for 6. Sri Lanka emerging players won the toss early and decided that they're going to bat for us here in this decider. The man who has wrecked their batting so far, Jediah Blades, he's done the damage.
Yeah, Jediah Blades, he's been brilliant. He's been the man. He's been come under maybe a little bit of criticism in match 2. Based on his performance, body language, but boy has he responded here in the decider. Trusted with the new ball. No Nathan Edward here today. It's been a constant thorn in the Sri Lankan batter's side as well. He's just shown that seniority. Led from the front, Jediah Blades.
And the good thing about it really here is that Mbeki Joseph didn't get an opportunity to play in this series. It'll be wonderful to see him. His explosive batting at the top. So he'll have to wait for another series.
I think what we saw in terms of just attitude-wise from Mbeki Joseph, especially in that second 4-day encounter. Don't be too surprised if it's just not something a bit disciplinary that we haven't seen him at all, because he's very much suited to this limited overs format.
Interesting.
So he's either carrying an injury or maybe just being taught a lesson.
Could be. Very inspired there by what you said, Mali. Wilson, Pa Wilson not interested. Peeled for a leg before. Don't think he got a big stride out to that one. Let's look again. Just there.
Just creeping down the leg side. That one once again. Flatter delivery from Matara. Subtle change. Hasn't really allowed the Sri Lankan batters to get after him. Not a typical trajectory per se of a leg spinner. Doesn't really allow the ball to get too high above the eye line. Just there again. Maybe a hint to turn. It's adjusted by Hasanka.
I don't think we can overemphasize how well Matara's bowled. This is his 7th over. If you come out of a 50-over game with under 20, 25 runs, that's an excellent spell. Wide ball signal. Already 1 for 14. He needs to finish strong now. 1 for 15 with that wide.
Yet to concede a boundary in this spell. This one's cut away. It's in the air once again, but just past that man, Hakeem Ogis.
The gap. So 7 overs completed for Matara. And the partnership now, Mali, look how quietly he's gone about it. 30 from 39.
Once again, Hasanka just occupying the crease, playing a role here for his team. The bulk of the scoring being led by Ravindu Fernando. It's been a mixed bag from him, but he's just settled now towards the back end of this innings with his 28 deliveries. He's faced, maybe struggled at first 10 or 15 deliveries or so. Starting to look a lot more assured. Once again, Sri Lankan batter maybe being hit on the gloves. Just wringing the hands slightly, Malan Hasanka. Spoke about the numerous times the Sri Lankans would have been hit on the fingers in this tour, in the 4 days, in the limited overs games. More accustomed to playing on slower, lower pitches. So when it does just bounce a little bit more, it just proves to be a little bit challenging. This one's nicked off just past the outstretched hand of Jewel Andrew there.
You have to have a first slip. You can't have a second and a third and asking the keeper to try and catch that. That would have gone straight down first slip throat. I don't like this in between, Mali. You know, you're trying to ask the keeper to go for something.
Especially with Hasanka 6 of 22 before that delivery. Blades hunting a maiden 5-wicket haul in list day matches. Got to give him every chance. And for me, not enough catches. Haven't recognized the situations in which to attack enough for me. Matara has, because he's almost initiated it with his field placings.
Indeed.
But you probably expect maybe a little more senior player in Jediah Blades. Now he brings in that slip.
Horse is already bolted. Blades could have been celebrating his first 5-wicket haul this day.
Cleaned him up though. He gets it this time. First time gets it on the money. And Milan Hasanka has to go. Jediah Blades picks up his maiden 5-wicket haul in list day matches. Have a look at this. Just looking to occupy the crease, Hasanka. This time just choosing to be a bit more expansive. The hand comes off the bat. Didn't watch that one as closely as he possibly could have. Blades picks up his 5 for 18. Sri Lanka in dire straits, 130 for 7. And we'll have drinks, so we'll take a break. Join us in a couple of minutes for the resumption.
right after a water break. 32.4 overs bowled. Sanka being cleaned up by Jedediah Blades, who's now picked up 5 for 18 in his spell so far. 7 overs, 130 for 7. And Traveen Matthew comes out. Fernandez still there, 27 for 29. Blades from the Curtly Ambrose end to Matthew. On the money, it's just defending quietly. Academy. They have to believe. They have to want this. And they have to decide, listen, we're going to dismiss Sri Lanka before lunch. Inside 40 overs, we want to bowl out Sri Lanka. And we want to go to the beach very early today. .130 for 7. Matthew is not. Defended well again by Matthew. Over comes to an end. So congratulations are in order for Jedediah Blades at the end of 77. 5 for 18 in his spell so far. 130 for 7. Extras has been 6. And so far the Sri Lankans have only hit 13 boundaries so far. 1-6. I don't think that'll be important to them at this stage. It'll be a situation where they'll be figuring out, can we get a decent total? Can we get up to 200? Can we make this game competitive? Will it be enough to stop the academy? Zian Matara has bowled well. Starts his 8 over, 1 for 6. And the pressure that he's developed here from the Dr. Sir Andy Robertson has been remarkable. Now for Fernando, they got a long on, long off, deep backward square, sweep on the offside, no slip. Field under 45, mid-wicket, cover just too wide. Needs to be come around to his right, single to Fernando. So they've now brought the new batsman into striking, Traveen Matthew, who's a knot. Matara's bowled with real control. On 31 for 7. Dot ball here. Matara is into his 8 over. Beautiful. That's a ripper. Good take by Joel Andrew. .31 for 7. Down the onside, just turned past Joel Andrew. Blades is after it. They're thinking about 2. Change your mind. And the umpire signals leg byes. So Matthew remains a knot. And it brings Fernando, who is 28 from 30, into strike. Into over number 34. If you're wondering what's happening on Cricket 360 and Sports 360. It's the deciding game. West Indies Academy against Sri Lanka emerging 11. Series tied up at 1-all. Welcome back, Marley Richards, 132 for 7.
Yeah, remarkable control being shown by this young leg spinner so far here today. Just one delivery remaining in this over, 1 for 17. And the young man hasn't allowed the Sri Lankans to get after him at all. Zishan Matara. Here again. Is that pad first, given!
The googly. It worked.
Shaping to cut was Fernando. Have a look at this.
Went leg side of the ball and he followed him.
Big turner, low, skidded through maybe a little lower than the batter anticipated. Maybe best serve playing on the front foot. Misread the length. Matara picks up his second. And the West Indies Academy on a roll. 132 for 8.
Yeah, that one kept down. And I think that's what Joel Andrew was celebrating earlier. Clock. So too was Matara. He was off and running The only thing we didn't get out was the Kevin Sinclair somersault.
Good thing about that delivery as well was the pace was on that. Didn't really allow for the batter to adjust. Skidded off the turf. 2 for 17. What a spell it's been from Zishan Matara. It's really allowed or brought an element of control from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Picked up 2 wickets as well. Dhananjaya Lakshan, the big wicket of him, the skipper. Especially at the time in which he picked him up. Was well set. Looking to maybe launch a counter-attack. It's going to be Samadita playing his first match of the series as well. Left arm seamer.
Let's see if he has any batting skills.
Well, we know Matthew can bat a bit. He got a pretty handy 25 in match 2.
So Blades has an opportunity here, Mali, to maybe wrap this innings up.
Yeah, career best figures for him, 5 for 18. So if you think Blades and Matara, 2 Barbadians, really led from the front this bowling performance. It was really Blades who ripped through the top order, but Matara, especially in the middle of the innings, just provided that control, built pressure. He's reaped the rewards as well with those 2 wickets.
He has. It's been on the money here. And what a difference of 24 hours can do for you.
But they've got to be ruthless. They've got to be thinking 150 or less. Goes short. Gets under this one, does Matthew.
Maybe he's just saying to him, good afternoon.
Allow me to reintroduce myself.
Yeah, my name is Jedediah Blades. I'm a fast bowler. I think the last time I checked, you were a spinner. So I have to soften you up.
Said career best figures for him, 5 for 18 and hunting more wickets. This one will go to the boundary though, poor delivery.
Yeah, and a no ball in fact. Above the waist, called by Joel Wilson.
See that again. Was it? Not so sure. Seemed a bit borderline, that one.
I thought the same thing as well. But we've seen stranger calls, but we are very far away. And so the umpire, Joel Wilson, he's called a no ball, and so Blades will have to bowl free hit.
Just missed his length there, Blades. Was probably looking for that Yorker length delivery. Slightly overpitched. He said Matthew can bat.
Wide now, signal by the umpire. Another no. Well, wide it is. Umpire trying to get the score. Still a free hit, Mali.
Yeah, Blades not happy with that decision whatsoever. Once again, just a little demonstrative. Jedediah Blades, that exuberance of youth.
One day he'll become an umpire. So, the free hit not yielding any boundary, but they get an easy single. 5 for 25 now. This over still a good way to be completed. 139 for 8. Academy got to be on the money. They have to finish this innings. Execution is going to be key. Couldn't understand why they For the left-hander way, you would have. This is a new batsman. It's not a new batsman, Mali?
Yep.
So why we have all these boundary fielders outside? I think Colin Boyne Tuckett could have been in the mid-wicket area. Wide delivery by Blades.
We saw this a little bit in match 2 from Jediah Blades in terms of when things just aren't going his way, just tends to just affect the way he goes about his bowling, just tends to lose a little bit of concentration.
Yeah, and he gets ragged.
Gets a little rattled, yeah. Wide, this one's edged away wide of that slip fielder, Rivaldo Clark. Very long over this from Jediah Blades.
I think the longest of the innings so far.
Already bowled 7 deliveries, only 4 legal. Still 2 deliveries remaining. Gives him 2 opportunities for wickets, though. That's the way he's got to be looking at it. 5 for 27 career best figures. Things could get even better here for him.
At one time, Sri Lanka seeing 150 didn't look possible. Now it does look possible. It's a lovely day for cricket. And 42 for 8. Can Blades finish strong? Left alone, so he's finally come to an end. 35 overs bowled, 142 for 8. Blades 8 overs so far has cost him 5 for 28. I think he was ruffled in over number 8.
Yeah, it was his most expensive and longest over of his bowling spell here today. 10 runs conceded in that 8th over from Jediah Blades. As we said, maybe just got a little rattled, slightly lost the radar a little bit. Back to Matara, who's been exemplary from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Let's clean him up. Right through him. Traveen Matthew, head up in the air. Didn't seem up for it here today. Was more up for the fight in match 1. Matara picks up his 3rd. 9 down now for the Sri Lankans. Only 142 on the board.
Yeah. Curtains just about. Talking about Jedidiah Blades, 23 years of age, so he's still got a young career ahead of him. First class matches, some 13 matches, got 35 wickets. List A, he's got 26 wickets as well. His previous best before this game, Mali, was 4 for 46, so he remembered the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for a very long time. He's played 1 ODI for the West Indies. Was that at Warner Park in St. Kitts? Yeah.
New batter, the slinger, Garuka Sankath, but with bat in hand this time. He's been brilliant in this series with ball in hand, but need to make a contribution here with the bat. Won't be too happy to try and defend below 150.
I don't think so.
He's been the standout for the Sri Lankans with ball in hand for sure in this limited over series. Picked up 7 wickets in 2 matches so far.
Yeah.
Showed great skill.
I think he'll be in the conversation for the man of the match as he just cracks that one square. Pittman is after it. Is it Pittman? Yeah. Powerful return back to Joel Andrew. So Blades, his season so far, first class and list A. This is his first 5-wicket haul for the season, so he'll really enjoy that, young Jedediah Blades. Matara looking to get more wickets. Maybe looking to finish the innings here. Joshua Bishop comes along. He's run out. All over.
By a mile.
All over.
So finally some decent out cricket from the West Indies Academy. Just doing the basics well there in the field. Bowling out the Sri Lankans for 144. Sri Lanka will be very disappointed with that. Winning the toss. Choosing to bat. And the West Indies Academy, led by Jedediah Blades and with Zishan Matara as well, picking up some 8 wickets between them. West Indies Academy definitely will be favourites to win this limited over series. Will only be chasing 145 for victory to go 2-1 up in this 3-match series. So there you have it. 145 they'll need. Sri Lanka this morning winning the toss, choosing to bat. Nippon Dhananjaya going for 5. Jedediah Blades running through that top order as we see the run out again. No real chance. Wasn't even in the picture there. Garuka Sankath was hit straight to the field of Joshua Bishop. Opening partnership for the Sri Lankans yielding just 6. First wicket falling. Nippon Dhananjaya for 5. Shevan Daniel, LBW to Jedediah Blades for 8. Sohan De La Vera, after scoring that brilliant 100 in the first 4-day match, has found runs a bit harder to come by as the tour progressed. He went for yet another duck in this series. Sahan Kasala falling for 40. Ayan Wickramasinghe 1. Lakshan 36. Ravindu Fernando 28. Milan Hasanka 7. Traveen Matthew falling for 6. And Dulaj Samadita 1. Gareth Sankath not out on 2. He had 10 extras bowled in that innings by the West Indies Academy. And Jedediah Blades leading from the front with his maiden 5-wicket haul in list A matches, 5 for 28. Rivaldo Clark took the new ball quite surprisingly from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Bowled 3 overs for 13. Kelvin Pittman 1 for 37. Joshua Bishop didn't get through his quota, 6 overs, none for 21. Michael Palmer 4 for 24. And Zishan Matara 8.5 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 19. So we'll probably take an early lunch now. Join us back in roughly half an hour or so for the West Indies Academy run chase, chasing 145 to win this 3-match series.
Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for the second innings in this final and deciding List A match between West Indies Academy and Sri Lanka emerging players. Sri Lanka emerging, winning the toss this morning and electing to bat. They were fired out for just 144, 35.5 overs. Main destroyer, left-arm seamer Jediah Blades, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 5 for 28. He's maiden List A 5 for. And well supported by Zishan Motara, the leg break bowler. 8.5 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 19. Top score was Sahan Kasala. He made 40. Captain Dhananjaya Lakshan 36. So Sri Lanka emerging players all out for 144. And to win the match and the series, West Indies Academy about to start their innings. 145 to win. It will be Akeem August facing left-arm seamer Samadita, who's in now to August. Bang on target. Defended back to the bowler. So just 145 to win for West Indies Academy. And what has been a very entertaining series. Samadita bowling to 2 slips, third man on the boundary. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Deep square leg on the boundary and fine leg inside the circle. 2 opening batsmen for West Indies Academy, Akeem August and Jule Andrew. Andrew making 45 in the previous match. August has been in good form. 66 in the first match. Wide down leg side there by Samadita to get West Indies Academy up and running. 1 for none in the first over. Of course, you're listening to live cricket action on Cricket 360 via the Windies Cricket YouTube channels. Samadita from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, and that beats August on the drive. All pitched up. Ball to swing away from the left-hander. That was Jediah, I should say, Blades' success today. Very full, very straight, gave the ball every chance to swing. Picking up career best List A figures. Played with soft hands that time by August. Backward of point, can't beat the field. He remains on naught. 1 for none in the first over here. Brilliant sunshine this afternoon. Hot conditions there out there for the players at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. No one feeling the heat more so than the Sri Lankans at this stage of proceedings as Samadita into August. Just pushes that out into vacant mid-wicket area for an easy single, so he gets underway, moves to 1. Score 2 without loss. Brings the right-handed Jule Andrew into strike. Left arm seamer Samadita will stay over the wicket. Dropping fine leg back and bringing third man inside the circle. He also has a deep backward square. In fact, he's bringing fine leg. He's changed his mind. He's dropped third man back to the boundary and brought fine leg inside the circle into Andrew, wide outside the off stump. Andrew has nothing to do with that. Flies through to keeper De La Vera. So they have a floating slip. He's more a third slip, maybe a second slip. Third man on the boundary. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square, and fine leg inside the circle. Samadita into Andrew, and he's cutting that down to third man. Bounced off his knee and almost rolled over the rope. But just the single to Andrew to complete the first over. So West Indies Academy are 3 without loss. Both batsmen, Andrew and August, are on 1. And that is in pursuit of 145 for victory after firing Sri Lanka emerging out this morning for 144. It's good to see good captaincy also by Teddy Bishop, bringing Jediah Blades back for his second spell once they broke that partnership of 70 odd between Captain Lakshan and Kasala. Kept the pressure on the Sri Lankan emerging players. Was able to finish off the innings quickly. So be Ruka Sankath to take up the attack from the Sir Andy Roberts end. He's into Andrew, and Andrew is defending that out to point, and there's no run. We've seen from both ends for Sri Lanka emerging players. West Indies Academy earlier today starting with spin from one end, and that's cracked beautifully by Andrew. Backward of point into the boundary, 4 runs. Good looking shot there. He stood up tall in the crease and got the width he was looking for and cracked that through backward point. So the first boundary of the innings. Score goes on to 7 without loss, and Andrew moves on to 5 in over number 2. Andrew missed out in the first match. Made a promising looking 45 in the second. That bang on target there by Sanket, well dug out by Andrew. Early wickets, the name of the game for Sri Lanka emerging. Try and get back into this match. West Indies Academy to remain positive though in the chase of this small total, just 145 to win as Sankat in again. Bounce up, pulled beautifully through mid-wicket area into the boundary for 4. Not a good looking shot there by Andrew. He was onto that quickly, short delivery by Sanket. Wide open spaces there in the mid-wicket area. It's the deep backward square on the boundary out on the onside. Third man inside the circle, slip, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off on the offside, and that one played nicely again by Andrew up to mid-on for an easy single. So he goes to 9. West Indies Academy 11 without loss in over number 12 without loss, I should say, in over number 2. Andrew on 10, August on 1. Field swapping over now for the left-handed Akeem August. Moving the cover into mid-wicket area. He's got deep backward square. He's round the wicket to the left-handed August. Pushes that into the cover region. Can't beat the field to complete the over. So after 2 overs, West Indies Academy in pursuit of 145 for victory. A 12 without loss. Jewel Andrew is on 10 and August is on 1. 9 coming from that Garuka Sanket first over. Couple of boundaries there to Jewel Andrew. Samadita left arm seamer to continue from this, the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. 2 men out in the first 10 over power players. Third man and deep backward squares. Andrew looks to force this ball through the cover region. Catches the bottom end of the bat. Samadita operating with a slip. Third man on the boundary, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square, and fine leg inside the circle as he's into Andrew, and another good Yorker. He did real well to keep that out and keep 10 toes. Excellent delivery though, swinging right back in at the right-hander from the left arm seamer, right up in the block hole. 12 without loss. We're in over number 3. West Indies Academy in pursuit of 145 for victory. This one, Andrew, wide of the off stump. Drive that through the covers. Misses. He's on 10. August is on 1. Sri Lanka emerging. Desperately need early wickets to try and get themselves back into this match. They only put in 144 on the board in this decider. Samadita in again to Andrew. Full delivery, catches it on the full, puts it past point into the boundary for 4. So that's Andrew's third boundary, moves to 14. Score 16 without loss. As I say, very good afternoon to Vernon Springer.
Good afternoon to you, Terry. Very composed shot there by Joel Andrew. Waited on the ball. Didn't try to overhit it. Trigger movement was a lot smaller. And he just made proper contact. Leaned with his, just over his front pad and just stroked it nicely for a welcoming boundary. Samadita, a little expensive so far. We want to be on the money. Again, Andrew not getting right out to the pitch of the ball. Just maybe just there. Just if you look at the stride, Terry, we can get Jason to just. He's not a tall guy, which means that, you know, he just has to just get that, just lunge more there forward, Terry. Look, you see where the left foot is? But the toe basically more or less, you know, pointed. It's just got to just stay over the ball, pose for the camera some more. I think that's something that he's going to have to work on.
Samadita in again, another full delivery and slap straight back past the bowler for 4.
Well, he's shown his intent here, Joel Andrew. Anything that is over pitch, he's going to belt it away. The bottom hand came into play there. He's got strong arms, And he just hit that straight down the ground for 4.
Moves on to 18 after 3 overs. West Indies Academy off to a bit of a flyer, 20 without loss. In pursuit of 145 for victory.
And this is after Sri Lanka were bowled out for 144, 35.5 overs, 14 boundaries, 1-6 in the innings, 141 dot balls, Terry. And Zahaya Kasala, he scored 40 or 52 balls, 78 minutes, 5 fours, 31 dot balls. We break to Eri.
Sankat in again, and that steered past the third man inside the circle for 4 more, this time off the bat of August. Another over-pitch delivery there by Sankat, this time coming around the wicket to the left-hander, and he just guided that past the short third man. He moves on to 5, 24 without loss. West Indies Academy are in a hurry.
Finding the gap there, the power play is going to be very important, and the West Indies Academy sending a message very early. Want to let the Sri Lankan emerging 11 players know we are large and in control here, and one has to really give credit. So congratulations to Jedediah Blades. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 28 runs, 5 wickets, 2 wides, 1 no ball, and he built pressure, 35 dot balls in the process, 3 boundaries coming off of him. But it was Zihan Motaro, 8.5 overs, 2 maidens, 19 runs, 3 wickets, 38 dot balls, 1 wide, no boundary, no sixes. And they both combined for 16.5 overs, 2 maiden, 47 runs, 8 wickets.
Sankat into August, who turns that. Can't beat the short fine leg. So Sri Lanka emerging on the defensive here. They drop the third man back to the third man boundary. Brought fine leg inside the circle. Moved the slip into a cover position.
And you're just talking about the pressure situation both from Mataro and Blades, Terry. 73 dot balls between them in that spell. Steered down to third man by Ogis. Asanka comes off the boundary. They almost walk a single. Rotation of the strike. Left hand, right hand combination. And only 3 boundaries hit between those two.
Yes, they bowled superbly, and a great support given by Matara. .25 without loss.
Way below par batting performance here by Sri Lanka emerging players. Maybe more or less, as we can say, maybe a tired period. It's been a long tour so far from them. Maybe missing home.
And that's slapped high, wide, handsome, straight over the bowler's head for 6 by Jewel Andrew. He's not messing around this afternoon. Partnership 31 off just the 22 deliveries, and Andrew moves to 24.
This is why he's so explosive, because when he gets going, he can just take the attack away from you, and he just needs to spend some time at the crease. So don't allow anybody to hit his stumps, and just bat at Stadium. He's going to the Global Super League, T20 League in Ghana. He's going to be playing for one of the franchises there. It's going to be very key in the Antigua and Barbuda Falcons campaign this season. Steered, won't get 4. So for a young man, since making his debut last year, from a schoolboy to a Leeward Islands cricketer to a first-class cricketer, there's been a lot happening for him. What I want to see now is the management team that we put behind him. I'd like to see a Dr. Sir Richie Richardson, when he's around, being maybe earmarked to be Joel Andrews' more or less mentor to kind of help him through this young career.
Sankat in again to Andrew, and he looked to repeat the shot on the march again. This time takes the inner portion of the bat, rolls out to mid-wicket to complete the over. So at the end of 4 overs, West Indies Academy in pursuit of 145 for victory. 31 without loss. Andrew on 24 and August on 6.
And I'm not only just, Terry, talking just about Andrew. You know, I'd like to see Eldine Baptist, who's easily one of the fast bowling minds around, one of the top coaches on the off season get an opportunity to work with a young man like Kelvin Pittman and so many of the other young seamers in Antigua and Barbuda. I know he was doing some work along with Dave Joseph, Young Tongue, who's gone off with the under 19. But we could be able to transform that to have like a Kelvin Pittman, really have Eldin Baptist in his ear, and, you know, teaching him the tricks, the trades.
So Madita to continue into August, who's pushing that up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Got to design a mentorship program for our young players, boys and girls. How do we prepare them for the business world? Yeah, there's going to be a lot of money in the next couple of years, Terry, banding around in cricket. And once these guys continue to move to new heights, you're going to have the right people around to help manage them, not just on the cricket field, but off the cricket field as well.
Samadita in again and wide down the leg side. Called wide by umpire Byam. 32 without loss. We're in over number 5.
A structure also going to, something that my thought process, Mali and Terry, while you guys are here, is we got players who are contracted in the franchises around the region for a year. I think we also have to be thinking about just not building cricketers, but building human beings. And we got to find avenues, educational-wise, skill-wise, to be able to also help them. I'll come back to that point, Terry.
Played nicely by August, backward of square for easy single. Moves on to 7, 33 without loss.
If we don't start introducing them to new skill sets in terms of, you know, what life after cricket, early, you know, short courses. You got the University of the West Indies 5 Island campus right here in Antigua and Barbuda. You have the Leeward Islands Hurricane franchise based here. You got the West Indies Academy. There has to be a window where we twin both cricket and education to be able to help some of these young boys and girls. You know, too many times we just have them playing cricket. Everybody's not going to make the West Indies team.
Mm-hmm. Very true. Samadita into the right-handed Andrew, and he's gone for a big one again by slower delivery.
Lost his shape there. Now he's looking to hit that ball over mid-wicket. He's good enough to hit that ball through the covers, Terry. Look at the position. He got across, and he's made his mind up that he's going across the line of the ball. There's no need for him to play that shot. He's good enough to clear mid-on and mid-off. Just look to just hit the ball down the ground. You're going across the line. It's a suicidal risk, and you're losing your shape when you're trying to play that shot. Got to get as close as possible to the ball.
Samadita in again, and this one has cracked beautifully in front of point into the boundary for 4.
So a shot like that, why you want to be thinking about hitting the ball over mid-wicket?
Too true.
Look,
Played that beautifully.
look at his feet movement. Right?
Stayed over the top of the ball. 37 without loss. He moves on to 28.
And I think when you, a young player like Joel Andrew who likes to, you know, get on with things, you know, he's got a high proportion of his strike rate in terms of boundary hitting. He himself has to calculate and figure out, you know, listen, I'm going to bat 50 overs today, and I'm going to get a big score. I'm going to get 130, 140, based on how he bats, because he hits boundaries. He goes big. When he gets into that zone, he just keeps going. But it's also like a natural instinct where he'll come another day, and he'll have to graph for that. So he has to put a price on his wicket. You know, just don't be comfortable to say, I'm just going to make 30, 40 today. Make big runs.
Forced to change in the field again as third man comes back inside the circle. Fine leg drops back. He's cracked it again. This time can't beat point. Wicket falling in the test match in Barbados just after lunch. Captain Roston Chase LBW to Cummins for 44. Broke a partnership worth 67 for the 6th wicket with Shea Hope. West Indies 139 for 6. 41 runs adrift of Australia's first innings.
I think Justin Graves coming in now.
Yep.
Is it
Hope.
a good foil for Hope? We hope.
I think Gone again with a big booming shot, but just played straight to mid-on.
I think because he's trying to hit the ball too hard. There's no need to. It doesn't matter. If you time it, you're still going to get 4. If you muscle it, you're still going to get 4. But what automatically there is that you lose your shape when you don't stay close enough to the ball. It's about repetitions. You know, how you master it. Look to find the gap. It's not how hard you hit the ball. You know, he's for a small guy, he packs a power punch there because he hits the ball very far. Just needs to just keep his shape and just keep batting. Just enjoy batting. I think golf will certainly help his game. It will help him to concentrate, to even watch the ball a lot longer and to be able to make the proper point of contact with the shots.
So 37 without loss in pursuit of 145 for victory, West Indies Academy. That's after 5 overs. We're going to see introduction of spin from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Shaveen Matthew, the off spinner.
Yeah, something which they, for this game, they moved away from. It was a trend that was set, picked up today by Rivaldo Clark and Teddy Bishop.
It's played into mid-wicket by August. Can't beat the field. He remains on 7. Andrews on 28. Round the wicket, Matthew to the left-handed August.
When is your birthday, Terry?
March 4.
Oh, that's a long time ago.
Or you could say it's less than a year away.
I'm going to be July 4th.
Oh, that's very close.
I'm looking forward for that.
Big party?
I think I might. Yeah, maybe just a long time I haven't slowed down and have a party, so you never know.
Excellent.
I might meet you somewhere for a drink.
Oh, that would be good.
We want to say happy birthday to all the folks who are celebrating today, all around the world, from 360. Now, this is the body language that I don't like with O'Geese. Just as mannerism there, indicating to me as if like, hey, I really should have just whacked that over mid-wicket. Want him to, you know, just keep going still. Just enjoy batting. This is the end of the season. It'd be nice if you can get a not out. Nice straight bat. Spend some time at the crease. You need to get 145 singles. Get yourself a nice 50. Close out the season well. Improve on your average. When Mali and the selector goes to look, you realize, wow, you're averaging 40. Clipped away, down the ground for an easy single. All of these things the players are going to have to calculate. In order for you to get your next contract, Terry, your averages is also going to be very important.
Most definitely. A golden opportunity here, as you say, as the 6th over comes to an end, 38 without loss. He's had a good season. Just unfortunately, still
He's searching for that elusive,
can't break
that 100.
yes,
Yeah.
which I think will be the makings of him.
Yeah, he's got to put some more miles on his legs. He's got to keep running still. Don't worry. It's around the corner, and when it comes, it's going to be a big one.
Definitely.
And sometimes I think that's the mantle of some of the young players having to be able to move from the youth level up to the senior level. Callum Boy in Tackett, you saw what happened in 2024. He was like searching for that elusive figure. He was getting half centuries, getting starts. Same thing for Geese. Teddy Bishop, he knows what it's like to make 100. And once you make one, then that's it. Joel Andrew has already registered a couple within his short stint of career. Well, he's accustomed to making runs because he's made big runs at school cricket.
Absolutely.
So he's no stranger.
So we're going to have a double change. Malan Hasanka, the leg spinner from this is Sir Curtly Ambrose end, and that's driven beautifully.
That's his trademark shot.
Past mid-off into the boundary for 4.
And he plays spin bowling very well, simply because O'Geese, he stays very low to the ball. He's got a sweet follow-through, leading with his head on his shoulders, and just found the gap there. Didn't even move because he knew once he hit that, doesn't have a bat contract yet. So anybody looking on the television or all around the world, please get in contact with Akeem O'Geese and maybe just offer him a kit sponsor He deserves it.
Moves on to 12, 42 without loss, 103 required for victory. That one's played nicely.
I think they can get 2.
We're
Andrew-
looking, but
Andrew is not
fielded well.
interested. Dropped his bat. Now, this is an area which I want to see the academy batsman improve on, Terry. That ball was played on the onside. I want to see the intensity. Just don't say, oh, it's all right. You sometimes have to be clinical in your approach. And you got to put some pressure also on the fielders.
Right-handed Andrew comes on into strike. Slip. Backward point. Cover. Extra cover. Long off. Mid-on inside the circle. Deep mid-wicket. Played quietly on the onside. Look for the single there. Sent back by August. Good work by keeper De Oliveira.
I'd just maybe like to see Andrew just get deep into the crease. That was just too close. There's vast acres of land right there in the mid-wicket area. He's trying to play that, trying to get cute there. Don't need to get cute. He got enough space. Now he's going for a big one.
It's high, it's long, and it's over the rope.
Yeah, his bat speed.
Deep mid-wickets for 6 more.
When he makes contact, it goes quickly. He's made his mind up that he was going to play that shot.
Hitting with the wind too. 49 without loss. Andrew moves to 34.
Yeah, he's in a hurry here.
He's in a hurry, all right. We're only in over number 7. Already 49 on the board and less than 100 to win. Lunch has arrived, Vernon, at dinner time.
I mean, dinner has arrived. 49 without loss. Count run rate is 7.35.
96 required for victory as they retrieve the ball.
You have to get with the program. I think that's what's happening with us. All facets of our era game, off the field, administration, everybody got to be on the same wavelength. I think some people are still way behind.
Yeah, well, they see the 4-day games and they think lunches at 12 o'clock, and then, of course, it's different. They have 3.5 hours to bowl their 50 overs, but anything can happen. He's gone again, and it's caught the edge and flown past the keeper, and a dive and slip into the boundary at third man for 4 more.
Reckless shot there by Joel Andrew. No need for that. Just take your time and bat.
Looking for the slog sweep.
Just stand up and bat.
50's up, 53 without loss. He moves on to 38.
53 or 41 balls already.
Sanka's gone for 15. Still a delivery left as he's into Andrew right across his stumps, and it's bowled him. That's thrown his wicket away.
That's no need for that. That's what I'm talking about.
Absolutely.
Why would you have somebody you on top? Why would you give your wicket away?
Premeditated move way outside his off stump, and all Asanka simply did was fire it in at the stumps. He was looking at the 3 of them. Andrew has gone for an enterprising 38. West Indies Academy lose their first. They're 53 for 1 after 7.
Got to put a price on your wicket. You have to. The groundsmen have gone out. They've put together a lovely square here. Lovely outfield. The organizers, God has opened the day for you. He's giving you lovely sunlight.
You got nothing else to do?
Just go and bat. Just go and bat. Put a price on your wicket. Just don't like this, modern day batsman just getting out bowl. It really disgusts me. You have to feel so hard to get a wicket, and then somebody just comes in and just give your wicket to somebody. That shot was really not necessary. Just take your time and bat. In fact, clinically, O'Geese has made his mind up, and you've got to be thinking, listen, we're going to get this target without loss.
Exactly, and get yourself a nice not out. Do your averages the world of good. Nevertheless, it brings Captain Teddy Bishop to the crease. He won't be on strike. That was the last ball of Asanka's over. It cost him 15, but he picked up the wickets. So Akeem August will be on strike. He's on 13, facing the off spin of Matthew around the wicket to the left-hander. Played straight back to the bowler, no run. So the 2 men out is a long on and deep backward square. Quicker delivery there by Matthew, but well played by Auguste. Matthew around the wicket to Auguste and guides that very nicely past the slip. Won't reach the fence, but they'll pick up another 2. So Auguste moves to 15, 55 for 1. Means West Indies Academy need just 90 more for victory. Matthew again. Auguste turning that to short fine leg, can't beat the field. Couple of spectators in this afternoon here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Yeah.
Big shot, beautiful shot, high, wide, handsome, all the way over the mid-wicket boundary for 6 by Auguste. He moves to 21. The score rattles up to 61 for 1.
Yeah. And the onslaught continues here by Akeem Auguste after Joel Andrew lit up the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium here. Elaine Turner and her mother. Maybe they've gone off to the bar or somewhere to get some lunch. But once again, they're out in their small numbers supporting the West Indies team. Auguste goes to 21.
Miss Andrew is in the northern stand.
Yeah, as usual.
Enjoyed that. 38 off 24. With 6 fours and 2 sixes for Joel Andrew today before he threw it away. Over comes to an end, so after 8 overs, West Indies Academy in pursuit of 145 for victory, a 61 for 1 with Akeem Auguste on 21. Teddy Bishop yet to face a delivery. But we got some more in today, though, didn't we? Because of the trophy tour, the CPL trophy, which Vernon Springer will be driving the truck tomorrow.
Might be on
they
the
parade around Antigua. You're not driving the truck.
Maybe on the music truck. Just never know. The Falcons are ready to fly, Terry.
Soar, even, I believe.
Ready to fly. Once again, we want to say congratulations to Jaden Seals, the new Falcons boy in town.
Yes, he's third fifer in Test cricket yesterday.
5 for 60.
Said that was his best. He felt it was his best because he didn't feel he was bowling in as good a rhythm as when he picked up the first 2.
Yeah, and that's it.
Against England and South Africa.
That's the thing about cricket. You know, it's life. You know, one day you wake up and you're in that mood and you just feel like, wow, everything is clicking and you don't get anything. And then another day,
you bowl rubbish and you get wickets. But he bowled well yesterday.
Yeah, he did bowl. He did bowl well.
Yep.
God will.
They all bowl
God
well.
rewards you.
Asanka into the left-handed Auguste, and he's gone big, and that will clear the rope also. Just falls over the rope at long off. 6 more to Auguste. He moves on to 27, and the score 68 for 1. So West Indies Academy continued to make light work of this target of 145. 68 for 1. We're in over number 9. 77 more required. Auguste has had a good year. this series, both the 4-day and the list A series, as Asanka staying over the wicket, and that one he looks to cut, doesn't make contact. Ball taken by De Oliveira. August made 173 runs at 57.66, highest score at 82 in the 4-day first class 2-match series. And he's had scores in this list A 3-match series of 66, 19. At the moment he's on a run of ball 27. So 68 for 1 in over number 9. Sanka short again and pulled backward a square into the boundary. 4 more.
Yeah.
Moves on to 31, 72 for 1.
Got deep into his crease. Good control shot here by Ogis. Kept his eyes on it. Didn't try to overhit it. Just found the gap. And that's what I'm talking about. 11 out the over already so far. Ogis moving into gear here. 31 from 28.
Partnership of 19 of just 11 deliveries, and he's scored 18 of them. Field remains the same as Asanka into August, and August is driving again, and it's in the air, but it beats a desperate mid-on. And they'll pick up 1 more to complete the over. So another good over there for West Indies Academy. They rattle on to 73 for 1 after 9 overs. August is on 32 and Teddy Bishop is on 1.
Yeah. Academy losing the wicket of Joel Andrew. Very enterprising stay here. 6 4s and 2 6s. That's a good afternoon to Mr. Black on the manual scoreboard, just holding the fort there. All the folks who have supported us and sent their comments during this coverage of the series, West Indies Academy versus Sri Lanka Emerging 11. Really thank you for your feedbacks and your comments, and we'll continue to improve here on 360.
Matthew to continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end. He's moving the slip to backward square inside the circle into August, and that's called wide as it travels down to the fine leg boundary and retrieve just inside it. They pick up 2 plus the wide. So 76 for 1 over number 10. Matthew again round the wicket to the left-handed. August on the sweep, couldn't get it. Teddy Bishop wanted a single, but in the end they decide against it. 69 more required.
Just needs to make contact. Just keep looking down the V. He's a good enough player.
Tries to run that down to third man, catches the bottom end of the bat.
Get himself a nice 50-60 here out of this total not out. Give him some confidence, getting himself prepared to go in for the Republic Bank Caribbean Premier League.
The back foot punching to the cover region, can't beat the field. Matthew continuing around the wicket. Played backward square this time, still can't beat the field. Good fielding there in the covers. Keeps August honest. He's on 32, 76 for 1. Last ball of the 10 over power play.
Matthew would want to finish With a good delivery.
And he does. So that's punched up to long on for the single to August. So he moves on to 33. And after 10 overs, West Indies Academy in pursuit of 145 for victory. 77 for 1.
Yeah. Good. Solid start here. Power play. Started first with Andrew and Ogis. And now he's decided that he's going to move into overdrive here, Akeem. So this is the kind of statement that you want. You look to finish this game in 20 overs. Not being reckless, but you sort of send a statement. It's the style that you want to play, but you're authoritative about it, and you're also ruthless about it. Blades set this one up nicely. His first 5-wicket haul in List A cricket, 5 for 28, 8 overs. But we can't overemphasize the importance of Matara's bowling. 8.5 overs, 2 maidens, 19 runs, 3 wickets, 38 dot balls. No boundaries, no sixes. What control from the young man.
Sanka starts a new over. It's turned back with a square by August. Can't beat the field. He's 3 for 19. He bowled exceptionally well and looks the part. He keeps improving every game that he plays. I do like the look of him. They're looking for leg spinners around the region. Got one right here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
So they didn't have any before?
No, well, they did. They didn't
They did
play
it?
him though.
Oh, so you think
That's another discussion.
So you think they'll play these now? Come on, Terry.
Well, it was interesting to hear because after the English tour, Hope said leg spin is important, everybody's got one, and everybody's talking about T20 cricket. He said, but I'm not sure, whether we draft one in before the next World Cup, which is next year. And Darren Sammy said, yeah, we're looking for one. So we'll see what happens with that.
Rivaldo Clark, 3 overs, no maidens, 13 runs, no wicket. 11 dot balls in the process. Kelvin Pittman, not really in
Wasn't
his
himself
spell today, but
yeah.
6 overs, no maidens, 37 runs. 24 dot balls in the process. 5 fours, 1 6. And Joshua Bishop, as usual, 6 not, 21 not, 19 dot balls. Michael Palmer, 4 not, 24 not, 19 dot balls. 4 boundaries coming out of his spell. And if he just maybe take away those boundary balls, didn't get a wicket in this series, but is one for the future, Michael Palmer.
Sanka into Teddy Bishop. Plays that just wide of backward point for a single, so he moves on to 2. August is on 34.
A lot of players
79
have
for 1.
got a start, Terry. Teddy Bishop got an opportunity to make his debut in Australia. So you get a look in.
Mm-hmm.
You now have to recognize now that the selectors are looking at you. I don't know if this crop of selectors will be looking at him, but he just has to continue to perform. I'd like to see him around the academy still, even for next year. I think this core group here feel that they can keep it for another year. Added,
Absolutely.
I'd like to see an off spinner, and maybe another 2 young batsmen maybe coming into the fold. That would certainly help them. Over completed 11, 80 for 1.
But you can see they're just growing into a nice 11.
They've become a family. The Turners
Yes.
are out.
They are. You call for them, now they're here.
Well, they're not only here. They look like they went for a lunch break. Elaine is maybe having something there. Don't know what it might be. Could be a soda, as well as it could be a Caribbean. You never know. 65 off 234 balls.
Oh,
They
you
need
think they'll make
65 singles. The good thing we don't have a with Dudley Bay anymore. I might have been promoting with Dudley Bay. Oh, as well as she could maybe just deciding that she's going to have a Cavalier.
She could.
The New Look Cavalier. Have you tasted it, Terry?
Yes, and being a connoisseur of Cavalier, it's not. It's not the same, though.
Yeah, but it's different, though.
That's what I'm saying.
The one before was harsher.
Well, that one before was proper rum. Now we've got a watered down version with a white cap.
I'm talking to a real drinker here, Terry Laraja. I don't have a clue, Mali, about drinking. I can't drink to save my life.
I'm not a real drinker. I only drink Cavalier.
80 for 1. Yeah, Cavalier and English Harbour, also one of the sponsors for Antigua and Barbuda Falcons. So too is Leat 20. Also so too is Joe McCarabin and Cool and Smooth.
Matthew round the wicket to August. Playing back to the bowler.
Antigua and Barbuda Tourism Authority. They will also feature. So too with Carib.
Matthew in again. Interesting delivery.
That had some bite on it.
It did.
He found something.
Pace and bounce.
But he's been extracting that.
Yeah,
That sort
he
of-
bowls more like a
Yeah,
medium
those
pace.
revolutions there from the Dr. Sir Andy Robertson. He's kept it very simple, Matthew. Just done his job. Just pull the ball into the surface.
Easy single through the mid-wicket area for August. He moves to 36, 81 for 1 at the end of 12.
But the objective for Matthew's bowling is to bowl wicket to wicket. Yeah, that's what he's concentrating on. 48 dot balls in the process here. 81 for 1 of 12 overs. And the required run rate is 1.68. And they're scoring at a brisk rate. They need 64 of 228 balls.
Matthew has picked up 3 wickets in this list A series, 3 for 40 in his first match of his 10, no wicket for 47 in his second match. Overall, prior to this series, he'd had 12 list A matches, 18 wickets at 14.66 with a best of 4 for 31. Asanka to continue over the wicket to the left-handed August, who advances. Can't beat backward square.
It's been expensive so far, but he's one for the future. A name which we have to pay attention to. Maybe the next 2 years, 18 months is going to be critical for this young man. Worked away into the onside for an easy single. Could just imagine when he gets stronger and he understands his skill set. This is a tremendous tour for him. Gets an opportunity to play in the West Indies.
The least experienced of the Sri Lanka emerging players.
He will cherish this, knowing that, hey, I bowled at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. I played at Coolidge. I got out Joel Andrew.
Well bowled. Forward comes Teddy Bishop in defence. He's on 2. August is on 37, 82 for 1 in over number 13.
And some of these players that he's playing against here today, you know, the O'Gees and Bishop, Tuckett, they'll be playing 3 years from now.
Should be.
Yeah. $63 off 225 balls. They need 63 singles. A lot of balls. They got to be clinical. Got to be thinking about finishing this in 20 overs. In the mood of O'Gees, he's certainly on track for that.
Sanka into Bishop. Bishop can't beat a short extra cover. He remains on 2. Just faced the 5 deliveries so far.
He's not got into his stride yet.
Cutting that out to the sweeper on the cover point boundary to complete the over. So they put on 30. Bishop goes to 3. August is on 37. And it's 83 for 1 after 13.
Yeah, just to let you know that local cricket takes place June 28th, June 29th, the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association Super 40 competition. Got Zone A, Bethesda 11 a.m. start. Caribbean Union Bank, Bethesda Golden Eagles taking on All Saints Pythons. Then at Rising Sun Ground, it's a big one, as they would say. This is the big one, baby. The big Raheem Cornwall, PIC Liberta Blackhawks, and the West Rising Sun Spartans. That's in Zone A. Then in Zone B at Jennings Tigers against Empire Nation, Mali's club. And then 11 a.m. at New Winchops, CMW New Winchops Lions will take on Bowling Blasters. Orlando Peters will be in action. That'll be Saturday. Then on Sunday at Pigotts Crushers take on West Rising Sun Spartans. Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda Golden Eagles will take on Raheem Cornwall and the PIC Liberta Blackhawks. That's Zone A. Zone B will see the combined schools against New Winchops Lions at New Winchops, and at Factory, Bowling Blasters. That's the home for Empire Nation. All games start at 11 a.m. in the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association Super 40 competition for 2025.
Changing bowler here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Fernando replaces Matthew, so another off-break bowler. West Indies have lost their 7th down in Barbados. Graves gone for 4, 156 for 7, trailing by 24. Played nicely by Teddy Bishop.
They got to get 2 there. They have to get 2 there. Have to get 2.
Come back for 2 quite comfortably. Moves on to 5, 85 for 1 in over number 14.
Pretty interesting field placing here because Fernando's got a leg slip, Terry. So he's expected to get something. There maybe know something that we don't know about Teddy Bishop.
Maybe. You've seen enough of him. Plays that comfortably. Again to the fielder on the cover point boundary for a single.
The leg slip now. Where does he go? In fact, he had on a helmet. No, he's been sent. Is he? No, he's not sent back. He's just told to fix the helmet behind the stumps. Because if the ball hits that, that's 5 penalty runs. He now goes to first slip. Interesting. For Fernando.
On the sweep is August, called wide. Also take a single.
You're a carnival man, Terry.
I like to go to a Calypso
You do?
Monarch show. You're there every night. You love the place.
Don't make it sound like I'm not working.
With Bobby? No, you're working very hard.
Okay, so I don't want you to give the impression like I go lineman. Because that's not a nice statement at all, my colleague. Yeah,
No,
well, I say
you
good
go
afternoon.
working, and if I turn up, I'll be lineman.
Well, I say good afternoon to Bobby Reese, Sean Bird, Nat Moses, on drive down the ground. Well, you gotta know, you have to know your stuff, Terry. Gotta prepare yourself, especially when you're around the likes of Alistair Thomas and company, the Attorney General. These guys are students of the culture, the music.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you got to be on the money, focus in. I like Fernando. Something different.
Yeah. Doesn't bowl a bad off break.
Over comes to an end. Over number 14. So let me pick your brain. They need 56 from 218 balls. I said 22 overs. Game done.
22, 56, 22 overs. There's another, what, 8. I'll give him 25.
Okay. I hear you. Terry has predicted 25. I predicted 22. So, they need 56 in 216 balls. Teddy Bishop.
straight down long on's throat. Caught on the rope. Sanka picks up his second. Teddy Bishop has to walk. He can't believe that that didn't clear the field out, but he hit it straight down his throat. Gone for 7. 89 for 2.
Why are the West Indian batsmen giving their hits away? The long on is about 90 meters, Terry, from the Andy Roberts end. Teddy Bishop just made his mind up that he was going for a maximum. Just hit the ball down the ground and get a single. Just don't liken the West Indian batsmen just giving away their wickets. Every wicket you give your opponents, it increases the awareness of them advancing, and you here.
True. Sri Lanka Emergent can say they're 8 good deliveries away. 89 for 2 in the 15th. August remains. He's on 37.
Just a soft dismissal. Very, very. None of the Sri Lankan bowlers have got out the batsman. Nobody got out Andrew. Nobody got out Teddy Bishop.
No, he could have played that quietly. Down to long on, but he decided to take the field on. Missed out. Fernando that you're talking about, though, he's had 69 list A matches already.
69.
Yeah.
Well, you could tell
And he's taken 45 wickets at 31.
You could see the composure in him.
He's also made a list A 100. But it's a Sanka. Short leg. Putting some pressure on Bhavendra Dinyal.
Yeah, but
New batsman, short leg and a slip.
But he's a not. Don't you think?
Wouldn't
you be pressuring him as well?
No, most definitely. But I'm just saying, because of Bishop throwing his hand away, Sri Lanka feel like they got a sniff.
But I think they do. Valda Clark and
Oh,
Colin
hesitation.
to come.
Just gets in.
Yeah, he's got to be sharper, that fielder in that position. That's what we're talking about. He was caught napping there. It's got to be a lot sharper.
Communication between August and Dinyal needs to be a lot better too.
There was hesitation. Don't know if Ogis, I think he got out late out of the blocks. But he's a natural athlete in the end. The Sri Lankans just thought, just for a moment, that they had him. He has to see this team across the line. Andrew and Bishop back in the hut. Andrew has to get Andrew. And like I said, Bishop back. Ogis now has to figure out, I have to get a nice 50, 60 not out here.
That's well played by Gist. Steered it past the short third man for a single. Moves on to 38, 91 for 2.
The first game he got 66, where he top scored for the academy. 75 balls, 96 minutes, 7 fours, 1 6, 38 dot balls within that process. Just register a half century. Get a not out.
Short leg and slip come back into play for Dinyal.
The real short leg.
The real short leg. No, that's not out.
It's going down.
Yes. I thought of you yesterday when they were the test match in Barbados, and the Australian commentator, what's his name again? Blue, said he's got a short leg in, but he's not really a short leg. He's 2 pitches away.
I don't know. I really don't know, Terry.
I'd like to know where
I guess they don't
countries brought up, where
I guess
got
they don't
that
have
habit.
I guess they don't have any insurance on the short leg these days, so that's why they have to go to 2 pitches away. When the likes of Farwood Backus and Gus Logie and company, you have to go there. But you know what? I'm going to tell you something, and I know you're going to laugh, right? Who do you think was under the short leg for the West Indies yesterday?
We had a short leg in yesterday. We didn't have one.
John Campbell was under the helmet.
Okay.
Yeah, when Chase came on.
Oh, when Chase came on, yeah. But when they should have had a short leg, they were all 3 miles away. Anyway, Shea Hope was gone for 48. West Indies 162 for 8. They still trailed by 18.
91 for 2. West Indies need a 54 in 210 balls.
Big.
Big.
Oh, good catch.
He's
Catch.
giving it away again.
Top catch that, though, out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Had a lot of ground to cover. Looks like Wickramasinghe, the lanky Lankan, was
Geesa's had enough.
swept out, and he took it beautifully.
Giving it away again. Another West Indian batsman just decided that they've had enough.
Another wicket. August gone for 38 of 51. West Indies Academy lose their third. They're 91 for 3
And
in the 16th over, and it's drinks. We'll take a couple of minutes break here on Cricket 360. Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. To the drinks break here. West Indies Academy in pursuit of 145 to win. They're 91 for 3 and over number 16. At the fall of the third wicket, Akeem August. Very well caught out on the mid-wicket boundary. Deep mid-wicket boundary, I should say, by Wickramasinghe. Brings Carlin Bowen Tuckett to the crease. He joins Ravindra Dinial, who's on 1. Bowen Tuckett on strike. And he plays that nicely all the way along the carpet up to long on to get himself going. So he moves on to 1, 92 for 3. As I say, a very good afternoon to Marley Richards.
Good afternoon, Terry. Good afternoon, everyone. West Indies Academy just letting Sri Lanka back in slightly here. Still overwhelming favourites.
Absolutely.
But they've just made the job a little more difficult in terms of the loss of those two quick wickets, Teddy Bishop and Akeem Ogis. Ogis again falling to that slug sweep. It's a stroke in which it's brought him quite a few runs in this series, but it's also led to his dismissal on a few occasions as well.
Bowen Tuckett.
What I will say though, this time it was more of an execution issue for Akeem Ogis there. He was looking to hit to the short side with the breeze. We've seen him take on the long side into the breeze a couple of times, holding out. But didn't quite get it out the middle of the bat. Wickramasinghe took a very good catch there at deep mid-wicket.
Yes, he did. He had a lot of ground to cover. Took it well. Over comes to an end after 16 overs. West Indies Academy 93 for 3.
And the disappointing thing, especially from the perspective of Teddy Bishop and Akeem Ogis, is just look at that required run rate, less than 2 runs and over required.
Exactly. So absolutely no need to do what they did.
Exactly.
And for that matter, Jewel Andrew.
Yeah, well, with the 3 wickets that have fallen today, you must say that overwhelmingly the batters would have contributed to their own downfall. Andrew coming across his stumps, looking to sweep, getting too far across that off stump. Really just presented all 3 for Hasanka, bowled round his legs.
So Sanka will continue. Short leg and a slip in for Diniel. Comes on to the inner portion of the bat, rolls behind square, and they take 1. Diniel moves on to 3, 94 for 3, 51 required.
To be fair, he's been the top order batter that has struggled the most to Milan Hasanka, Ravindra Diniel. Well, 80, a nice 82 in that second 4-day game. But at times he was just troubled by Hasanka in terms of not being able to pick him from the hand. And you can tell every time Hasanka bowls to him, he feels like he's got a chance. He's got attacking field set, but it's Bowen Tuckett on strike here. He's been consistently good throughout the series without getting that massive score. Akeem Ogis, ultra consistent. Rivaldo Clark as well, consistently scoring half centuries. A lot of positives to take for a few of these West Indian Academy batters.
He just moved the short leg for Bowen Tuckett into a short mid-on position, really. Halfway down the pitch.
They do like that position too.
They do, don't they?
For that in-between stroke that we talk about quite a lot. The flick and the sweep. We need to come up with a name for that, for Bowen Tuckett. It's not quite a flick, not quite a sweep,
right.
bit of both. Plays it very well indeed. Uses his bottom hand to good effect. Can play the orthodox sweep, the ramp, the reverse.
Sanka into Diniel, uses his feet this time, plays it nicely along the ground to a long on for an easy single.
That's a lot better from Diniel there. Just looking to smother the spin. I haven't seen too much spin in this series, to be fair.
Yeah.
Maybe expecting a little bit more from the Sri Lankan spinners.
Defends the last ball of the over, so after 17 overs, West Indies Academy 96 for 3. Diniel is on 4. Bowen Tuckett is on 2. That's in pursuit of 145 for victory.
They were set up by that.
Excellent spell.
Excellent. Devastating opening spell by Jediah Blades. 4 for 10 in that first spell. Ended up with his maiden 5-wicket haul. 5 for 28.
West Indies lose another one, 171 for 9. Still trailing by 9 in the test match at Kensington Oval. So last pair of Alzari and Jaden Seals at the crease now. Fernando into Bowen Tuckett here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, played up to mid-off. Good quick single taken by Bowen Tuckett. Always busy, always quick between the sticks. 98 for 3, 47 more required as Daniel comes back on strike. He's on 5. Loses his feet, but pushes it straight to short mid-wicket. Fernando again, this time down leg side. Turned around the corner by Daniel, and they come back for a comfortable 2. So he moves on to 7. The 100 is raised for the West Indies Academy. 100 for 3 in the 18th over. Just 45 away from victory.
If you're being uber critical, it should probably be 100 for 1 at best.
But you're right, O'Malley, they've got a lot of positives to take out of this. And also for Sri Lanka emerging, they have a lot of positive. Down the ground, 1 bounce, over the rope, 4 runs. Good use of the feet again by Daniel, getting to the pitch of the ball, planting that over mid-off to complete the over. So West Indies Academy, 104 for 3. Daniel moves on to 11. Bowen Tuckett is on 3.
Yeah, that's when he looks most competent against the spinners, when he's using his feet. Looking to advance, get down to the pitch of the ball. You know what they say, if you get to the pitch, you can hit it anywhere you want to, really.
Yeah, but just saying with Sri Lanka emerging, we had the century from De Oliveira in the opening 4-day first-class match. 5-wicket haul to Samadita. So they've had their positives too, and it's been very good cricket played by both throughout the tour. It's driven firmly to mid-off. They go through for a quick single. Bowen Tuckett moves to 4, 105 for 3 in the 19th.
Unless Sri Lanka can turn this around here quickly, more than likely the West Indies will end up winning this limited overs series. And as you said, coming into the series, Sri Lanka vastly more experienced. We saw that experience come to the fore in that first 4-day match. West Indies Academy hit back in the second, ended up tying that series 1 apiece. But in this limited overs format, a lot of these guys in the Sri Lankan setup would have played a lot of list day cricket, T20 cricket. So to win this series, gotta say kudos to the West Indies Academy, almost against the odds.
Definitely having to fight back again.
Lost that first game.
Comprehensively beaten in the first one.
Could have been very different had Milan Hasanka not retired out yesterday.
For sure.
2 days ago. Maybe you would have expected to take this one. Is it? Oh, it's a skipper. Skipper Lakshan there.
Lakshan.
Couldn't quite take that one. At this level, those have to be taken. Good turn, bit of bounce. from Hasanka. I think he's one of the
Uses his feet, gets to it on the full. Does Daniel, and they come back for 2. He moves on to 14, 109 for 3 at the end of the 19th.
Yeah, just inching closer. No, the West Indies Academy. As we said, we had Jewel Andrew with the directive being sent from head coach of Cricket West Indies, Darren Sammy. Been drafted in for this series at the top of the order. What have you made of Jewel at opening, especially in this format of the game so far?
Yeah, interesting point. A lot of discussion going on about it. I feel that he's much more settled and plays a lot better in the middle order. Opening the innings, I'm not saying he doesn't have the potential to do it, but this business of trying to bout every ball, it just bothers me. And I don't think you're going to solve that by letting him open. Turn back with a square by Bowen Tuckett. First ball of Fernando's new over.
I think it's the nature of the modern game. You know, players who look to belt every ball are quite attractive to someone in a particular format of the game. Maybe not 50 over, maybe not Test cricket, but definitely in T20 cricket. And that's the thing. A player such as that will always have a place almost.
True.
Even though it wouldn't necessarily benefit.
But the thing you have to look at, though, Mali, in my opinion, is does that, though, benefit him as a player?
This is the thing.
And does it benefit West Indies cricket overall?
May not benefit the West Indies. But at the end of the day, what we've seen, especially with these modern players, is with the amount of money available to them, how can you fault them for trying to maximize
Absolutely.
in what is really a short career compared to others?
Yeah. But it's a catch-22, which I still feel that West Indies haven't really
Worked out.
worked out or worked on, an amicable agreement. Let's put it that way, between player and board. And until they do, it's going to be a problem. But it just surprised me. You hear people making remarks like, we need to produce global cricketers so that they can travel the world and make a decent living. Well, that's fine, but that's not going to help West Indies cricket, though, is it? You might have, let's say you end up with 50 permanent West Indian cricketers traveling the world, making a decent living, but then they're not available to play for West Indies, or they got no interest of playing for West Indies. So that gap needs to be bridged, and that some solution needs for West Indies cricket to go forward, in my opinion. I think this is excellent with the academy, because the setup is they're learning the game properly, in as much as they're learning the game from a red ball standpoint.
That's the base.
Before, that's the base, right. Whereas for too long, we've just tried to turn T20 cricketers into actual cricketers, which I don't believe you can do. You need that base, you need that solid foundation, that technique, and then go off, and once you've got that,
expand
then you can go into the different formats. But for too long now, I think we've done it the other way around. If you can hit a ball, you can play. They get found out at the highest level. not saying it can't happen. There's always exception to the rule, but predominantly, no player is going to make it in international cricket at the highest level if you've only ever learnt the game from a T20 standpoint.
Yeah, and there's a reason why we've only really been competitive over the past 10, 15, maybe 20 years in the T20 format.
Exactly.
Really struggled in ODIs, struggled mightily in tests as well. And the shortest format of the game, and you can just rely on that talent rather than having to hit consistently for 5, 10 overs or so. You're only required to come out and like a Andre Russell, 2, 3 overs the most. Really does level the playing field.
Absolutely. Good running there between Bowen Tuckett and Diniel. 2 more to Diniel. Moves to 18, 117 for 3, just 28 required now for victory for the West Indies Academy.
Once again, the Sri Lankans giving Hasanka every opportunity. Maybe looking to get him through his full quota into his 8th over.
Adjusting the field, moving deep square to deep backward square, bringing in an extra short extra cover.
He's got 2 catches there on the offside.
Hits it straight to the man who's being placed now at deep backward square for a single. Moves on to 10, 119 for 3.
We also had Micah McKenzie drafted in for this series. The young Antiguan leg spinner, prolific in age group cricket. Broke out in the breakout.
That was well said. He read it.
Almost taken there by De La Vera. As you said, anticipated the ramp stroke.
He
Have a
did
look at
well,
this.
he just couldn't hang on.
Look at him go.
Oh,
Got a good glove on that one. Parried, but in the end couldn't grasp, couldn't hold on. In the end, you have to call that a chance, but one that was really made by the wicketkeeper.
Sanka in again to Diniel. Forward in defence to complete the over. So we've had 21 overs. West Indies Academy 119 for 3. Diniel is on 19. Bowen Tuckett is on 10. Require, what's that, 27? 27 more for victory. 26. They're going about their business quite nicely, Diniel and Bowen Tuckett, although a couple of chances missed by the Sri Lankans.
Yeah, Dindal would like a little red inker here. Nice little 25-30 not out. Got cleaned up in that second match. Didn't play in the first. So he'd like to end this tour on a positive note.
Thanks to Alzari, West Indies have a lead. 187 for 9, and Alzari is 21 not out.
Of 18 deliveries as well, 2 4s and 1 6 in that innings. Sankar is back, the slinger.
Good running by Bowen Tuckett. That was slashed down to third man. Picks up 2.
And as impressive as Sanketh has been in this series for them so far, with a small total to defend, it makes his job that much harder in terms of picking up wickets. Relies on the batsman looking to advance the game, looking to come after him so he can use those slower balls, slip in that Yorker as well. What we saw in that first spell from him, which is quite expensive. 2 overs for 21.
Yeah, Andrew really went after him. So 24 more required for West Indies Academy. 121 for 3 and over number 22. Bowen Tuckett on strike. He's on 12.
Less than
Pushes
one run
that.
over required now. Will that get to the boundaries? Well timed.
Cool.
Bottom hand comes
Yeah.
into play once again.
Pushed that very nicely past the mid-wicket fielder into the boundary for 4.
Have a look at that. Just whipped away.
Sweet timing.
He's got a good bat. Carlin Bowen Tuckett. Once again, he's gotten off to a good start. Just consistently done the right things, good things, consistently got into good positions as well. Nice, strong, solid base at the crease.
Boy.
And there's Sanketh.
Boy, boy,
We know he's
boy.
competitive. Bit of a spiky character from what
Yeah.
we've seen. Hasanka as well. You do like that. And also,
You do like to see.
You do.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
the fact that they're 2 of the smaller players in stature
True.
in this team, they really do let the opposition know they're up in a fight, regardless of the situation. Very competitive, and they keep coming. He's also quite demonstrative at times in the field. He's got that fire in his belly. This one's driven sweetly once again from Dindyal this time.
Short extra cover, getting a hand to it. And now ringing that hand as it was travelling to the boundary. Bowen Tuckett 17, Diniel 20, 127 for 3. Partnerships were 36. Seeing West Indies Academy home. And that's hit uppishly and dropped. He never really looked like he committed himself then, running in off the cover point boundary. Put it down.
So they've just put down a couple catches now in the last few overs here, the Sri Lankans. This time Bowen Tuckett choosing to go aerial, that short wide ball, and maybe he just picked it up. Was a little slow to pick up that one. Wickramasinghe, he took an absolute stunner to dismiss Hakeem O'Geese, but here put down an even simpler chance.
So 128 for 3 at the end of 22. 17 more required by West Indies Academy. Diniel is on 20. Colin Bowen Tuckett is on 18. Colin Bowen Tuckett thought he was going to catch it. He never moved actually until the ball was spilt by Wickramasinghe.
He seemed to just lose that one upon impact there, Wickramasinghe. Seemed to have pouched it, but then when he hit the ground, the ball came loose.
Sankat to continue. He's bowling to Bowen Tuckett. It's pulled through the mid-wicket area. 4 runs.
Yeah, they're speeding their way there now, the West Indies Academy. Big open spaces on the leg side. No real turn. Got the length that he wanted. Plays that shot very well. Colin Bowen Tuckett kept a still head. Just had to make solid contact 132 now. For 3. Wonder if he'll be looking to end it in this over. 5 deliveries remaining.
13 to get. Sanka in the bow and tuck it. Plays that nicely again through the cover region for a single. 12 to get.
It was during that partnership with Sohan and the skipper Dhananjaya Lakshan. They were repairing the innings. Looked like they were going to go as deep as possible. I remember saying 150 was, to bowl out the Sri Lankan team. West Indies Academy must be still thinking like they could bowl them out for 100 and under 150. I think it was 90 odd for 4 at the time.
Yes, and then they got the couple of wickets.
Yep.
And full credit to Teddy Bishop. Brought Blades back on and looked to close out the innings as early as possible. Talking about closing out innings, West Indies being bowled out for 190. Azari Joseph remains on 23 not out, gives them a lead of 10.
Once again, even in this match, though, both teams losing wickets in clusters.
Yeah, because they went to lunch at 1:35 for 5. The last 5 had in some 55 runs only. But as they say, Marley, any lead's a good lead.
Especially for us, West Indies
Definitely.
versus Australia. Just coming off a World Test Championship final. One of the best teams in the world, no doubt. Especially here at home, early in the series. We don't want the Australians to get ahead of steam.
I would have had a lazy couple of hundred on that. If somebody had offered me odds, Vernon Springer, if someone had offered me odds before the test match started that we'd bowl them out for under 200 and get a lead on first innings and another sharp chance put down. He's wringing his hands again. It's in the firing line. Though.
It was hit quite firmly. If it was aerial, it would be the third chance that it would have gone down in the past few overs.
135 for 3 after 23 West Indies Academy. I'll let Vernon Springer come on and see the West Indies Academy boys home. And also, I'm going to win me bet, Marley, because he said in 22 overs, I said 25. They still need 10 and they've had 23.
Maybe absolutely on the money. So far, you're on track, Terry, you're on track. Verna will be hoping Garuka could replicate something similar to what he saw from maybe Zishan Matara in that spell. That control, didn't concede a boundary in his 10 over quota. Starts with a single. Sanketh expensive today. Have a look at that economy rate, just under 10. Single digits now for West Indies Academy. Good afternoon, Brian.
Good afternoon, Mally. Oh, Joel Wilson saying 1 per over.
Harsh.
Yeah, this game can't be real sometimes. It's already a batsman's game with the surfaces that they're preparing, and then it becomes almost really like a cultural shock when the bowlers get a grind in. Ooh.
Slow delivery there once again.
Yeah, but he had some movement around it.
It did, didn't it?
Yeah.
It really curled away from the right-handed Dindial.
Yeah, squared up Dindial. He didn't know anything about that one there. And that was simply because of the round arm action as well. 36 for 3. They need 9 singles. I think when some of the batsmen, Joel Andrew maybe could have got 100, the rating which he was playing. Beautiful shot there by Dindal. Exquisite extra cover drive there for 4.
Yeah, he played one in this previous over. Straight to the man at extra cover. This time just beat him to his right. Had no chance mid-off as well. Just escorted that to the boundary.
What I like about that, Mali, was his head position and getting his head past his front knee. He's a right-hander, and he kept his shape for some time. Something I'd like to see Joel Andrew spend some time on. Sometimes rushes out to the shots. Got to stay there, pose for the camera. Make sure that you got it right. Yeah, I'm beginning to like Dinal Mali. Dinal. He's just got something about him, especially when he's playing the spinners. He plays the ball very low. Has a solid base. 51 partnership or 52. This has been quick, Mali.
Yeah, coming quick time. He said after that, West Indies would have lost those 2 quick wickets. Tim Bishop and Ogis, 2 set batters. This pair have just led the West Indies Academy across the line quite admirably. Tyndale again gets into a strong position. That head coming forward. The body follows. End of that over. Just 1 remaining now. 2, sorry, for the West Indies Academy to win this limited overs series.
Opening partnership of 53. Could just imagine if Andrew was there. The game might have been maybe finishing 15 overs. The rating which he was going at.
That's where I think maybe the benefit of him opening the innings, there could be a benefit of him opening the innings is in what you said, him tightening up his game, that technique, making him a more complete player, able to bat in any situation.
Sri Lanka still looking for a miracle, Mali. They need 2 in 156 balls, but it could be done here.
1 hit, it's finished. Extra cover drive, 4 runs to the boundary. Dindial finishes it in style. He'll finish on 32. The West Indies Academy win this List A series, 3-match series, 2-1. Congratulations to them, backroom staff, everyone involved. It's been a fabulous comeback performance in the last 2 games, Vern.
Certainly, and led today by Jedediah Blades and Motaro. Between them, Mali, I think I had a little stats put over there if you reach that paper for me. When you look at the combination, Mali, 16.5 overs between those 2 young men. 2 maidens, 47 runs, 8 wickets, 73 dot balls. 3 fours, 2 maidens. And you know the spell about Motaro? 8.5 overs, 2 maidens, 19 runs, 3 wickets, 38 dot balls, no 4s, no 6s. Let's match that up to Jedediah Blades. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 28 runs, 5 for 28 is really record maiden 5-wicket haul in List A cricket. He had 2 wides, 1 no ball, 35 dot balls, and 3 boundaries, I think, when he got ruffled in his 7th over.
3 maidens bowled between them. Couldn't ask for more, really.
Yeah, I think they really set it up. And Sri Lanka didn't come to the party today. Kasala, 40 off 52 balls, 78 minutes, 5 fours, 31 dot balls. Lakshan, 36, 61 balls, 77 minutes, 4 fours, 40 dot balls. Fernando, 28, 32 balls, 46 minutes, 3 fours, 1 6, 18 dot balls. The main batsmen didn't strike today for Sri Lanka emerging 11 players.
Yeah, you're probably expecting the more experienced team to come into this final game, this deciding encounter, with a bit more energy, a bit more intent. But from ball 1, they just seem to be behind the 8 ball. And like you said, after that devastating opening spell from Jedediah Blades, once he got going, they really struggled to post an imposing total.
Well, if you look at the score, Mali, they were 4 for 18. For them to get up in the end to 144 of 35.5 overs, 141 dot balls in that process, 14 fours and 1 6. They were really stifled. Kelvin Pittman, 6 overs, no maidens, 37 runs. 1 wicket, 2 wides, 24 dot balls, 5 fours, 1 6. Rivaldo Clark, 3 overs, no maidens, 13 runs, no wickets, 2 wides, 11 dot balls, 1 boundary. Joshua Bishop as usual, 6 overs, no maidens, 21 runs, no wickets, 19 dot balls, 1 boundary. And Michael Palmer, a little bit unlucky really, 4 overs, no maidens, 24 runs, no wickets, 1 wide, 19 dot balls in the pressure, but when he went offline, they hammered him for 4 boundaries.
Yeah, as we said, Michael Palmer, one of the younger members of this West Indies Academy team, it's going to take him a bit of time to work out exactly his game. He's still got a few, still very raw indeed, but what you see from a pace perspective is very encouraging at times. Even in that second match, in his second spell, you could see exactly what the ceiling could be for a young man as talented as him.
Well, speaking to the Sri Lanka emerging players coach, Mali, he did indicate that this tour was also important for this squad. Based on the pitches that they play on in Sri Lanka, they wanted to come to the Caribbean and really face the express pace fast bowling. So out of it, I think it's a win-win situation for Sri Lanka. It's also a win-win situation for the West Indies Academy, because they now deliberate now in terms of the progress rates of these players. If we look at the first game, we'd match up and we'd realize that West Indies scored 237 all out. O'Gees 66, Colin Bowen took it 55, Rivaldo Clark 51. And then in the next game, Rivaldo Clark 74, Colin Bowen took it 50, Joel Andrew 45. So in the batting consistency, what needs to now happen is the conversion rate of these stats being turned into big scores, hundreds.
Yeah, we saw that in the 4-day matches as well, even from Bowen Tuckett, Clark and Akeem O'Gees consistently getting starts, consistently scoring half centuries. The next stage for them is to get to those 3 figures and consistently do so. The art of building an innings, batting for long periods. Something that we saw a few of these guys have the actual ability to do. They'll need a few more tours such as this. You know, this tour by the Sri Lankan emerging team, very, very valuable in terms of their overall development. From a West Indian Academy perspective, playing against foreign opposition as well. Especially the way they would have countered the Sri Lankan spinners. They should take great confidence from that as well. 2
players that I earmarked already, Mali, Hasanka and Sanket. I think these are one for the future. In the next 18 months, I'll be looking to see the progress rate of these 2 young players.
Yeah, definitely. Hasanka and Sanket, add in Sohan De La Vera as well. Found runs a bit harder to come by as the tour wore on. In fact, it managed to score a run in this series, but from what we saw in that 100 in the first 4-day game, he is someone with immense talent and someone that probably would see achieve full international honours in the not too distant future.
Yeah. Well, your thoughts, Mali, as we look to kind of close out here, would be your man of the series for this one day if you had the option of picking one?
Man of the series.
We had 1 century. I think it's going to be a mix, more or less. Don't know how you feel.
Well, more than likely, I think what we saw from Rivaldo Clark,
I think he could
in
be
this series,
he could be the man.
Yeah, Jediah Blades.
He won the game. Rivaldo Clark won the game for Academy in the second game there. He had 2 half centuries. Didn't bat today. But I think he will be in the conversation. I think he will be the leading candidate.
Yeah, and in this performance today as well.
Jediah Blades has put his hand up.
In the deciding match with his maiden 5-wicket haul,
The only thing to that is that he only played 2 games, right?
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Yeah. But I think, as you rightly said, Rivaldo Clark, consistently standing out would be a good one. But all in all, I think that both management camps would be very much impressed. Just some fine-tuned, Mali, for the West Indies Academy team. I want to see whoever is going to be the emerging keeper. I would like to keep Teddy Bishop, where they start thinking on their feet. I find that even when a new batsman comes to the crease, the pressure is just eased off. They got to find an attacking way. They got to get an attacking mindset that a lot of people don't like to start. When you just come to the crease, you're a bit nervous. So you got to be able to maintain that pressure and the feeling. I want to see the feeling really lift up and the run in between the wickets. I'm very much concerned about that. This ambling motion, nonchalant. You got to come with that intensity, that, hey, we want to demolish here. If we look at the score, Mali, the academy should be thinking, we need to get this without loss. That should have been the objective.
And what we did see, we said this in the first match here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, that it would be a real test of Teddy Bishop's leadership in this series. The limited overs format, things happening a little quicker. I have to think ahead a bit more as a captain. And at times, you know, you said just maybe sat back and allowed things to get away. He'll realize in this format, you got to make things happen. Here today, wasn't asked too much because he got that great performance from his fast bowler that really set up the win here today. But he would learn a lot from his experience in this 3-match series, going up against the experience of the Sri Lankans and coming out victorious. Got to say congratulations to him as well for a very, very admirable job.
So, on behalf of the 360 team here, the whiz, I call him Jason.
Nathan Edward as well. Let's not forget Nathan Edward. Didn't play today.
So he's in the conversation as well.
Yeah, but was a constant threat with ball in hand.
With ball as well. Yeah. So our cameraman Donny and Pilgrim, Mali Richards, Terry Laraja, myself, Vernon Springer, everybody who gave us their entire support here of this coverage of the West Indies Academy Sri Lanka series. Mr. Vinod Manchan, all of the folks who work with us. Really, it's a pleasure working with Jason. Jason is just a genius. He makes life even a lot more easy. And for Cricket West Indies for giving Team 360 the opportunity to bring this coverage. The focus now, Mali, is the Republic Bank Caribbean Premier League kicking off in St. Kitts, 14th of August, 2024. St. Kitts and Nevis versus Antigua and Barbuda Falcons. And then 6 home games here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, 16th to the 24th. The trophy is in Antigua and Barbuda. That's where it's starting tomorrow. Yeah, I could tell you. Tomorrow from the Woods Mall, there's going to be a small mini motorcade starting from there, going right to the streets of St. John's, ending up on Cool and Smooth, heading by Townhouse, making some move up into All Saints, landing, finishing at Landing Strip, and then I think after they finish from Landing Strip, they just now added another feature. They're going to Sips and Savers to be able to sell some tickets, so it's going to be action. Then on Saturday morning, very early, 7 o'clock, they're going down to the market, right in front of Cool and Smooth. Again, promotions to be able to sell some tickets. And remember, the North Stand Undergrounds, if you purchase your tickets now, you buy one, you get one free. That's the special from the Antigua and Barbuda Falcons. Antigua and Barbuda Falcons, we need to win it. And Mali, your final words as we wrap up here.
You said it all, really and truly, Vernon Springer. West Indies Academy win this final List A match by 7 wickets, coming out victorious 2-1 in the 3-match series. The 4-day series was tied at 1 apiece. As he said, CPL would be the next bit of cricket here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium starting in August. Not sure if I'll be here, but I'll tell you, I'll be sending him all my wishes from Carabana. That's me. Good afternoon, everyone, and have a great day.
Gentlemen, spectators, we have come to the end of a very interesting ODI series, and the entire series, West Indies Academy versus Sri Lanka emerging team. We have assisting with the presentation Mr. Wayne Ogis, Director of Cricket West Indies and also Vice President of Windward Islands Cricket Board, and Mr. Dwayne Gill, High Performance Manager. We're going to get straight into the presentation of the awards. For the first game on the 21st, the man of the match, adjudicated by both coaches, we had Ahan Wick Ramasini. For the second game, the man of the match adjudicated Mr. Rivaldo Clark. Yes, yes. And in today's game, the player of the match, Mr. Jediah Blades. And the MVP of the series, adjudicated by the coaches for his all-round performance, batting and bowling, and also fielding, Rivaldo Clark. That's funny. I will ask the captain of the West Indies Academy, who have won the series after coming back from a 1-0 down in the first game, to win the series 2-1, the captain of the Academy series. Take a photo. That has brought us to the end of this brief presentation ceremony. I want to take this opportunity to wish the Sri Lanka team all the very best and hope they had a very enjoyable and productive series, and wish them a safe flight back to Sri Lanka. And congratulations to the West Indies Academy team for a very impressive ODI series. Thanks.